Hello and welcome to our Ferrari live build. I'm Joshua Hanlon.
I'm Matthew Kay.
And we are joined by LEGO designer Mike Psiaki to build the LEGO Ferrari here that he designed. So we're very happy to have him joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day to talk with us, Mike. And we'll all three be live building the set here, so thank you.
You're welcome.
So yeah, we'll just start off here by getting the set opened, and then we'll kind of launch into a conversation talking about some of the design process behind this set and some of the other work that Mike has done at LEGO. So Mike, while we're opening the set, if you just want to start off maybe a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Yeah, so I am, hopefully it's obvious, I'm a designer at LEGO. I work on the creator and then sometimes on the creator expert product lines, which we work very closely together as a group of designers on the two product lines. And yeah, I've been a LEGO fan pretty much since before I can remember, and I studied mechanical engineering in university, and then from there worked as an engineer for a little while, but then in 2012 I managed to get a job here at LEGO. Just kind of, I mean, I definitely pursued it, but it wasn't like, it kind of happened almost unexpectedly. Like, I saw a job posting, and I thought, oh, well, what could be the harm in applying? And
why not?
It was like 3 months later, now I'm working at LEGO. So, yeah, it's been pretty amazing.
It was just kind of a pie in the sky thing. It just kind of, oh, maybe I should send in an application.
Yeah, well, I was at a point in my career where I wasn't like, I was pretty sure I didn't want to continue doing what I was doing, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. And so I actually, at the time I was living in New England, and I was a member of NELUG. And so one of the guys in NELUG mentioned that there was this job posting, so I thought, well, I'll give it a try. So that's not to say that I wasn't blown away to come and get the job. It's like, it is a dream come true, but it was just like, it wasn't one of those things that I like pursued for years and years. It was just all of a sudden happened, which is pretty cool.
Awesome. One interesting thing you were telling me earlier is that this is actually the first time you'll have built a Ferrari set with the instructions, right?
Yes, yeah. So I did some early build-throughs of it. I think I built through the very first version of the building instructions, but that wasn't really like opening a box and pulling it out. And so I don't quite know if it will be the same experience or not, but I'm sure it will be a good one.
Yeah, looking forward
you built that like blindfolded, like with your eyes closed, just from memory, maybe?
Shoot. I could try, but I think it would end pretty badly. So the thing is, we're on like a yearly development schedule. So this model was finished in June of what year is this? This is June of 2014, I think. So it's been over a year since I've been building on it. So I think I remember everything that I did, but I don't remember exactly how it's done. So I definitely need the instructions.
Look at you building your own here and be like, man, that was a really smart part you had there.
Yeah. Hopefully there's nothing that I go, man, that was really dumb.
So, we aren't sure how long this will take us. I don't know. Matthew, do you have any predictions on how long you think this will be here? I don't know exactly how long this will take us to build, but we're going to sit here and work through it and talk about some of the cool parts that Mike incorporated in it, and then just get some of Mike's insight into the design as well.
So I think when I did do a test build through of this a long time ago, I think it took about 3 hours. But
Okay.
I was moving along at a fairly quick pace, so we'll see. We'll see if we can match that. But I wouldn't expect to.
Build it. So.
All right. Well, let's see.
So, how often do you build regular sets? Do you go out and get a normal LEGO set and build very often?
Well, not so much anymore. I just had my first kid 9 months ago, so I don't really have as much time at home to build LEGO sets, and I don't really have space for that anymore. But I like to buy a lot of LEGO sets to build them. I have dreams of building them, but they mostly sit on a shelf, and I think about another time in the future when I'll open them. So the last set, I'm trying to think what the last set would be that I bought and built. Maybe. Huh. It might have been the spaceship Milano from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Set indeed.
Which is a great, great set. Hang on 1 second, I need to go.
Okay.
Alright.
So if you build a set and then you have a criticism or something to share with someone, do you like walk over and say, I just want to say, like, you could have done this differently?
Not
like, the artist or whatever that feels like a behoove to like go over and I think the strokes here, they're just too long,
Well, usually if I buy a set to build, it's because I am really curious about it or I think it looks really great. And so I'll usually have nothing but praise for the model.
Okay.
But I don't think I would, if it was someone that I knew quite well, had done the set, then I probably would make some kind of a joke to them about some way to improve it. But I think for the most part, people are doing a pretty nice job here. So there's not too much that I can criticize.
Mm-hmm.
That's the right answer.
Oh, you guys are already building? Oh man.
Oh, are we getting a step ahead of you here?
I wasn't paying attention.
I've only put this Technic beam together. That's all I've done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about Ryan. Now, I will admit, for people who watched our 24-hour charity live stream we did last year, they might remember that I was a much slower builder than Matthew when we were doing live set builds similar to this. So that's why I need to get a head start so I can keep up with you guys.
Well, I think I'm already behind, so.
So what? How long has the average designer been at LEGO? Would you say? You said you've been there 3 years. Is that right?
Yeah. That's a tough question to answer.
Have most of them longer or shorter?
So I think now we're somewhere around 200, if not more. Maybe even like 250 if you include graphic designers.
Okay.
And everyone. I think it's like 250 designers now. And when I started 3 years ago, I don't think it was even 150. So we've really been, as a design department, we've really been growing quite fast.
That is that is insane. Yeah.
So I would say I've been here only 3 years, but I feel kind of like part of the old guard at this point, which I know I'm not truly. There are guys with way more experience than me, but it's amazing how many new people there are. Like I'm walking around at work all the time, like, who are they?
Did they show up?
Who's that guy?
Who let him in the building? Well, it's really cool too because there are a decent number of fans that work here. And
yeah. So is it like you're walking down the hall and you're wait a minute, I haven't seen you since. Hey.
Yeah, like oh hey, I remember when we used to talk on Flickr, and now we're both working here.
That's awesome.
So, out of the little bit you built there so far, anything to talk about? Was there anything in particular with the beginning steps here you wanted to get right?
I mean, so this is all really just a frame, and
Okay.
this is where I think you'll notice the difference between when you see a lot of fan models, they look incredible, and I think I get angry by that because I can never make a set that looks as good as a fan model. And this here is a difference. Is that what we're building is like, I don't want to say that it's super solid because then you're going to press on it and you're going to find a way to break it.
Yeah.
But the strength requirements for these sets are just, it's so far above and beyond what I thought was strong as a fan. Like I came in when I started here and my boss was having me build some cars, and as a fan I thought that I actually built pretty sturdy models and I was kind of proud of that. And so I built this car and we were having a meeting and he's like, yeah, but is it stable? And I'm like, of course it's stable. And then he just like presses down on the top and it just explodes.
So quickly learn that lesson.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go home and cry now.
Yeah. I'll come back in a year when I figured everything out.
And is that pretty much across the board? They have to be very sturdy, or sets more oriented towards maybe adults or something? Is there more leeway with that, or is it pretty much across the board?
Well, I think you'll see some sets that are really, really strong. So, like if you look at like Chima or even Ninjago to an extent, like you look at a lot of the Chima sets and they're like this Technic frame that you could, I don't know, drive over with a tank or something and it'd still be together. So I think the idea is that the model needs to be able to handle the kind of play that it's going to experience. So something like this, we're not really expecting a whole lot of, it's much more about the display model and about the building experience, so we're not really expecting a huge amount of abuse, but we still want someone to be able to pick it up and look at it and drive it around and who knows what else. So
Sure.
So it does depend somewhat on the product line that it's for and who it's targeted at.
Now here's an interesting question. I should preface a question by saying it's interesting, but
yeah.
I wonder, like those the police Lamborghini set and all the other different like racers, kind of the big models. What was the rationale behind putting this in the creator expert line?
Well, I don't know. Hang on. Let me think about how to answer this for a second.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that's like convoluted or it's like.
No. It's a fine question. If you're aware of, well, the first part is that the racers line no longer exists.
Yes.
So that's the first part. And then the second part is that I think that branding with the racers was a little confusing, where you have all these tiny, $5 cars that are for a 6-year-old, and that's LEGO Racers. And then you also have this $70 Lamborghini that's for, I don't remember the age mark of this, but let's just say it's like at least 10, if not 12-year-olds. That's like one is a play model, the other is a total display model. So yes, they're both cars, both be under the same brand. So that's part of the reason.
Hondas and Acuras were like the same, like it was just a Honda, but it was like a premium Honda, right?
Sorry, say that again?
Yes, you're right.
The other thing is that we're now in Creator Expert. We're sort of developing this line of replica cars. We've had the camper van, which has been a huge success, then the Mini Cooper, and so now there's the F40 to go along with those. So it's not, so the first cool car of the Creator car series. So maybe there will be more. I don't know.
Fingers crossed.
I'm not at liberty to discuss that.
You neither confirm nor deny that. So you mentioned you've built some cars, as a fan over the years before you started working. Was this Ferrari something like that you're a big fan of the real car itself, or before you started working on it?
Actually, I'd never even heard of the F40. Let's see. The day that my boss announced that we were doing this car, he said, "Okay, this is the car that we're going to do for the next year for Creator Expert." I just remember sitting there thinking, like, is that really a cool Ferrari? I'd never I'm not a car expert, so I don't know. I knew nothing about it, and then I just started. Once we started developing it, I actually didn't build the first version of this car. It was a different designer, Morten Graftwang, who he made, let's see, I don't know how familiar you are with Creator products, but he did the AV Propeller Adventures, I think is the one. It's like a big white, blue, and yellow propeller plane. And then he did one called Roaring Power, which is a T-Rex that rebuilt into a car that rebuilt into a seaplane.
Okay, yeah.
But anyways, he built the first sketch models for this, and then he had to move on to a different project that needed his expertise.
You inherited.
So then I was left to finish it. So yeah, that was this model here that I have. This was the very first sketch of this car we built. So this would have been summer 2013, I think. I think that's right. Yeah, and so actually, I think that I helped out a little bit on this one just with these headlights, because when I saw a picture of the car, that was the one thing that I looked at and I thought, oh, I wonder. I have no idea how we would do that in LEGO, and I'd be curious to try to figure that out. So I made these headlights, which actually they didn't even. The final car's headlights are very different. So, but that was where it started.
That is like a notable, like a completely notable feature, right?
Actually, the pop-up headlights are a much more important feature than the regular, like the day lights or whatever you call them.
Yeah.
And so the first versions that we built didn't have the pop-up headlights, partly because they really broke up the nice, smooth shape of the front, and then partly because we didn't have enough space. So the very first versions that we built didn't have those pop-up headlights, and then when we were interacting with Ferrari, saying, what do you think we're missing on this model? That was like the very first thing they said. They said, you have to have a pop-up headlights. That's super iconic for this car.
Question.
So, Yes.
Did you have to take a field trip to Ferrari?
I actually didn't get to go because I joined this project later.
Ah.
So I missed out on the trip to Ferrari, which was a bit of a shame because that would have been really, really cool.
Yeah.
So I'm holding out hope that somehow, at some point, someday, some Ferrari F40 owner is just going to pull up in his F40, take me for a ride. I don't know. That's probably a wild dream.
Yeah.
That's probably a wild dream, but it would be really cool. So
one day. We'll circulate this. Once we're done, we'll circulate it amongst some Ferrari owners clubs in the Denmark area, Germany. We'll see. You know, we'll say, this guy Mike, he really wants to go for a ride.
Yeah. Let's make it happen.
We'll do our best.
Actually, though, I saw a picture on Facebook that someone shared with me of a picture of the Lego box in the seat of an F40.
Seriously?
So that was pretty cool to see that at least some F40 owner out there either borrowed or bought the set. I'm gonna hope he bought it, or she.
That is awesome. Now, I believe urban legend states that Kjeld is the only man in Denmark that owns a Ferrari because of Danish vehicle taxes. Would you like to substantiate said statement or deny?
Well, I actually have very recent experience with this. Because yesterday, I was up in a town called Aarhus, which is about an hour from where we work, and I saw a Ferrari, and I thought it was a much cooler Ferrari than it actually was. I thought it was the GTO or GTB or whatever. I thought it was the one that directly preceded the F40. But it turned out to be some other one. But the point is, it wasn't Kjeld that was driving it. So, as far as I know, that's not true.
All right. Well, there we go. It's put
well, but you never know. It could have been that he loaned it to a friend. It could have been his mechanic.
Out there, the one loan Ferrari.
Yeah.
Who really knows?
Well, so the deal is that in Denmark there is a very high vehicle registration tax, which is almost 200% of the value of the vehicle.
And this is to encourage people to maybe not get a vehicle and take public transit, per se?
Yes, exactly. So, which I think it works pretty well. There's a lot of, and they have a very good public transportation system here. It's I ride the bus to work. So, and it's running every half hour. I live about 20 miles away from work. There's a bus that's running between the two towns every half hour. So
wow.
It's very convenient, I would say.
And then, so you're from the northeastern part of the United States. I would arguably say that is the best area in the United States for public transit. So how would you compare, is it like another magnitude of just awesomeness, like the frequency of the buses, the rail, all that kind of stuff?
Well, I grew up in a small town in upstate New York called Ithaca.
Okay.
And there was some bus transportation there, but I never used it. So I can't compare to that. And then after that, after I was done with university, I lived in southern New Hampshire and then northern Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, until I came here. And I didn't really use the public transportation that much, but I would definitely, my experiences with it, I would say it's much more impressive here. So, on the other hand, it's more expensive as well. So.
So when when you moved to Denmark to work as a designer, how did you decide where you would move to as far as living? You said you were about 20 miles away. How did that work out? Was there like a particular place where a lot of designers like to go, or?
Well, so I came to a hiring workshop here in Billund, and that was it's sort of I shouldn't really say much about that process, but that's how they select new designers, and they have a workshop with a varying number of people each time. I think in our workshop it was 17 of us, and as part of that, we met with but there were some of the designers at the end just come through just to say hi or whatever. And so I don't know if you know Adrian Floria.
Yes. From Eastern Europe, correct?
Sorry, from where?
I think he's from Eastern Europe, right? Something like that?
Yes. Oh, shoot. Now I'm embarrassed.
Romania?
The exact country. Yes, Romania. Yes. Okay.
I just remember him from there was an Apoca Lego contest back in 2008, and he rocked it with this like crazy windmill entry. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. I remember, actually, I think it was one of his very first models that he put online. I told him this story when I started here. He used to go by, his name on Flickr was Olog, I think.
Yes.
I don't know why, but the very first thing that I remember him posting was a Ultimate Collector size V-Wing from Star Wars Episode 3. It was in some contest on FBTV. And I just remember, like, it didn't win the contest or anything, but I just remember seeing that and thinking, wow, this guy's good. Yeah. And I have to say, since then, he's built far more impressive things, but there's something about that V-Wing that, and I don't even like the V-Wing of the spaceship, but
you just like the design that he did.
I just liked his version. I think it was because I could see similarities partly to the way I built, in that, and like the way that he had combined two cockpits that didn't really make sense to combine out of, I assume, a lack of the correct elements, or a lack of options, which for me that characterized the way that I built for many years. Like, I just don't have, for example, like I'd be building the wing of an airplane and I'd want to make the whole thing tiled and smooth,
yeah,
but I just didn't have enough tiles, so I would use whatever I could find. And
now when you say that, I think of the photos that you've posted on your Flickr of like your build area, and it is literally like it's this custom-made desk, right, that you had with like a couple of drawer units. So like totally not that many parts at all.
Yeah, I think I was close to 100,000 parts, so, which I would say is a respectable size collection. But like that was only in the last few years that I really started to buy a lot of Lego. So for the most part, I was working with probably 50,000 pieces in my collection. But I think the other thing is that because I had such a small collection, I never kept anything together. I would build it, I would take pictures of it, and then I would tear it apart. And as my collection got bigger, I was like, oh, I guess I can afford to hang on to this model. And I just started building up this inventory of all these models. And I would have all these grand plans. Like, I would build an X-Wing, and I'd think, oh, now I'm going to build 5 more X-Wings, and then I'm going to build the hangar from Hoth from Episode 5, and I'm going to build the door and some snow speeders. And I'd have all these grand visions of what I was going to do, and none of them ever panned out.
The best laid plans of mice and men.
Say that again?
I said the best laid plans of mice and men.
Yes. Well, I think that the thing is, I just get I would get bored of things really quickly. Like if I didn't finish a model in a week, I was never going to finish it. So that was one of the things that I was kind of worried about coming here to work at LEGO, is I knew you're going to be spending a long time developing these models, and you're going to be looking at the same thing every day for a long time. And so I was a little bit nervous doing that, because traditionally I never did that with the models I built as a fan. So
your strategy is more like a real intense like week on one model, and then after that you were done.
Yeah, like go 1 week, go all out. I would wake up in the middle of the night with ideas in my head, and then I would just go start building.
I think we all know what that feels like. At least
my wife would get up in the morning. She'd be like, "What are you doing?" I can't sleep. I have to build. There's not enough time.
You don't understand. So here's something interesting I always think about, and when you mentioned having a small collection like that, it's like the scarcity is like the origin of creativity. You know, when you limit yourself, like you're constrained to your parts, you kind of have to figure out creative solutions to build with what you have. So how can you describe the transition from going from that mindset to just like, here, design this set? I guess there is new scarcity in the form of like constraints as far as budget goes and stuff, but what's that transition like for a fan builder?
Well, so yeah, I would say that's there's a lot of things that have changed in the way that I build, that being one of them, that this total lack of scarcity of parts. So yeah, it's definitely, like you said, it's a whole different set of constraints that I'm having to meet. Whereas like as a fan, I'm like, does it look cool?
Yeah.
Can I build it with the pieces that I have?
Is it held together by a rubber band? Who cares? It's for me.
Yeah. Well, actually, I cared a little bit. I think that's one of the things that has helped me some here, is that as a fan, I like to build things that would stay together and like that you could play with. Granted, it definitely wasn't to the level of stability that models at work have to have, but it was at least like I don't know how you feel about this, but I knew guys that if they built a car, they didn't care if the wheels were turned. Just rolled. I'm not talking about steering. I'm just talking about rolling. So for me, if I build a car, it's got to be able to roll.
You need some playability type of thing in there.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, you need some playability, and you need to be able to push it along without, bumper falling off or whatever. So.
Yeah, I think that's like a logical thing, like the wheels should roll. If it's like a building, it should be able to like stand up, like when people just like drive fit elements, and they're not actually stuck together.
I still think that's cool. I still think that the things people do with LEGO are very cool. I just don't see it as LEGO building. It's like making art with LEGO, but not really. It's just a different way. It's a different discipline that I personally don't appreciate as much as the discipline of getting all the bricks to attach together in a certain way. And I actually think part of the reason I feel like that building style of built for display is, at least to me, it seems to be on the rise. And I think it's in large part due to that everyone shares their creations nearly exclusively online. And so the most important thing is the picture of the model. Exactly. You're not handing it to your friend and having them fly it around the room. You're showing everyone a picture, so you better make sure that the picture looks as good as possible. And if that means attaching every part by one knob, then that's what you do.
I think that's a really good point for sure, definitely, especially the photography side of it. And more people, I think, are building just like you said, almost as like an art form with just doing it for the photo to get the best possible photo without a lot of that playability in there.
Which is, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. I still think it's cool. Just for me, my tastes, when I see a model, I'm looking at like, would I be able to pick that up, or does that part open, or like, does it have steering? Those are the things that I'm looking for. There's so many cool looking models out there that I've become desensitized to something just looking cool. I feel that you shouldn't do that. I think it's a...
Yeah, that's true. So then, for people who might not be familiar, maybe with some of your past work in the fan community, before you started building, designing for LEGO, you had a lot of really cool models you posted online on Flickr and places. What were some of the main themes you would build in?
Jurassic Park?
I did love to build things for Jurassic Park. That was one of my favorites. Star Wars, like every good LEGO fan.
Aww.
And let's see. I would like to say that I'm, a jack of all trades and I built absolutely everything. But I would say I was more like, I was focused on building things for minifigures.
Okay.
More so vehicles than houses and scenes, but I made some houses here and there, and I think the main reason I avoided, well, not the main reason, but a big reason for avoiding houses is that they just require so many pieces. Like you start to build and you're like, all right, I'm going to need 50 brown 1x1 bricks to finish this model.
Exactly.
And I find it's much harder to improvise in a house than in an airplane or something. There's only so many things you can replace a 1x1 brick with in the corner of a house.
Yeah. You can't get around the fact that you just need to get all of the square footage.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm on step 21.
Okay, so you're moving along nicely there then.
What page number?
Page 22.
Page 22. I'm on 18.
Same here, yeah. I guess we're slower builders.
All right, all slow. That's the way the professionals do it.
Yeah, I would be worried if it was any other way. You're probably going slow for us.
Well, I'm definitely taking my time. The thing is, I'm remembering this model more and more as I build it, so I'm putting things on that I know go next. I'm not really following the building instructions, but I've run into trouble twice now where I put something on before I should have, and then I had to take it apart.
That's hilarious.
Now, something I've always wondered when I hear a designer talk to me like that is how involved are you, because in the steps after maybe you initially design the model, like making the instructions and stuff, are you very involved in that process, or is that a completely different area?
Well, yes and no. Is that a good answer?
Yes.
When we're designing the model, we have someone. So there's a building instructions team that their job is exclusively to develop building instructions for the models. But as we're designing the model, they are involved, and so we have maybe 2 or 3 different check-in points with them where we go through the model as it is, and we will usually build through it. And so in those instances, I'm just kind of showing a way that I think it could be built, and then they're providing input saying, yes, that's possible, no, that's too difficult, or maybe saying, I think we can show, there'll be a part where where maybe I don't even know how to do it, and they'll say, oh, I think we can show it this way. So we do that 2 or 3 times, but the building instructions development doesn't actually start until the model is fully finished. But at that point, the building instructions developer has okayed the model, and they've said, yes, I've looked at it enough times, I feel confident that we can make good building instructions for this model.
Okay.
So actually, I had a, speaking of things, I had a meeting like that for the new model that I'm working on back in June. Or maybe it was May, I don't remember. But there was a part of it that I had done, and it really wasn't a complicated thing. But when I'm building at my desk, I don't think through. I don't build necessarily in the way that it's going to be built in the instructions. I more just work on sections and put things wherever I can. And so there was a part of this model that I had done that I hadn't thought through how are we going to show this being built in the building instructions, but I just thought, oh, we'll figure that out in the meeting. And then we're building the model in the meeting, and I get to that part, like, okay, maybe we can do it this way. Oh no, maybe this way. And after like a couple minutes, I just realized, oh, there's no way to possibly, there's absolutely no way to possibly show this. It's just like, it's a combination of pieces that no matter how we show it, people are going to put it together wrong.
You just can't.
So we have, yeah, it's, I mean, people can get it right, but they can just as easily get it wrong. So it was because it was involving flipping a piece over, and it's like when you see it from the top, you can tell the orientation, but when you see it from the bottom, you can't. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't know if you have it turned the right way when you have it flipped over, and you just can't possibly ever do that.
Totally.
So yeah, I guess that's something to keep in mind then, even along with just the normal design of the model, the instructions, and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Because it's really not the model that you're making. It's like you're making the experience of building the model. You're making the whole thing. It's like a 360-degree kind of.
Yes. Yeah. So there's a lot of. It's not just. And that's another funny story to my early days. Well, maybe it's not funny, but for me it's funny. I remember, I think this was the same car I was talking about earlier, and this is like in my first month of working here, so I'm still just building totally crazy ways, like not at all the way that a LEGO model should be built. And I had that car in a meeting with my boss, and he was saying that, yeah, it looks really nice. And then his next question was, but can it be built? And I'm just sitting there thinking, what do you mean? Like, it's right here. I built the model. What is this? Can it be built? Of course it can be built. What do you think I did when I was building it? Like some magic or something that combined the parts in a weird way that's impossible? It's definitely. Go ahead.
I said, is this sorcery? Like, is there something I'm missing, guys?
Yeah. That was. Yeah, there was a lot of eye-opening things when I started doing it. You think you're prepared to do the job, but there's just so much more to it than you see on surface level, or at least that I saw on the surface level at the time.
I guess that's the case with any job, right? You sort of you have this image of it in your brain, kind of, and then you actually start working, and you're like, oh well, right?
Yeah. Job that I had before this, I was working at a defense contractor, and I remember being so nervous to start there, because I was just out of university, and I wasn't totally sure that, like, I was going to be able to perform the job that I was hired for. You know, I was thinking, oh man, they made a mistake in hiring me. I'm not. I don't have this. I don't have the skills required for this. They're going to be so upset with me. And then they take me into the building, and we go on the main entrance, and I'm like, wow, this is a huge company, and I really have to perform. And then we go down one hall, and then another hall, and then down a back alley, and then in this tiny little office in the middle of nowhere, and they're like, here's your desk. And in that moment I just realized, oh, I'm so insignificant here. I don't think I could, even if I screwed up what I'm doing, I don't know who would be upset.
No one will ever know.
Yeah.
And then would you say that's not the case at LEGO? There's a lot of you don't feel like what you just described. You're exiled to this wasteland.
Yeah, well, because here, okay, in 1 year these products are going on the shelves and they better be ready.
Exactly.
At my old job, I don't know that I ever finished a project. I only worked there for 3 years, but in those 3 years, I don't know that I ever had a project that I saw get all the way to completion. And now here at LEGO, I've gone through 3 full development cycles. So granted, I haven't worked a lot of places, but I think that's something really cool about working here is that you see so many projects come to their full completion, and then you see how they sell and all sorts of stuff. So
it's the deliverable is more normal, It's you're not delivering some I don't know what you would have been designing at the defense contractor. I don't even know if you could talk about that, but it's a fighter jet versus a really cool Lego set, right? A lot less hands in the pot, maybe. It's more intimate.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is. I mean, there are many more people than me involved, but I'm kind of one of the main ones responsible at the end of the day, and I'm just thinking, man, I hope there are times where I'm worried, I hope other people took a really good look at this and not just me, because I actually remember specifically with this model, it's fairly complex, which we'll get to eventually, and I just remember around the time that it was launching, I was having dreams about people buying it and no one being able to put it together.
That's awesome.
And just all this terrible feedback of
these are the nightmares of LEGO designers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's some news story, new Ferrari set, new set comes out, and an unbuildable Lego set, first one ever. Headlines flashing across. Mike Psiaki, responsible.
No.
I didn't mean it, guys. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought it would be okay.
So I was looking through your Flickr stream before we started here at some of your older fan-made models from a few years ago, and something I noticed, it seems like you like to do a lot of planes throughout the year.
Oh yeah, I should have said that. Yeah, I love airplanes.
Okay.
Actually, so yeah, since I'm ahead of you guys, I can show you this. So this is my other most recent set, which is this is exactly. I remember when I was starting on this one, my boss coming to me and saying all right, I want you to build a jet plane and just go crazy, and that was I was speechless. In my wildest dreams, that's what I had hoped for working here. Oh, maybe one day they'll let me work on some kind of jet plane. I'm not saying fighter jet. It's not a fighter jet.
Definitely not a fighter jet.
There are no missiles or guns. But yeah, that was like,
Yes.
and that was about a year after I started that I started on that project. So that was amazing. And actually, because I was making the early sketch models for it, I built them all in gray. Why not? So I have all these spider jets that I got. Well, I mean, gray jets. I have all these gray jets that I got built for work, which is really cool.
That's awesome. So do you keep a lot of the sketch models?
It depends on the product. So for the F40, I kept most of. There were 2 sketch models that were done prior to me working on it, and then I have 2 more that I did. But I try not to keep too many because it takes up space really, really fast.
Yeah.
Because if you think like every year you're adding 4 or 5 more models. So a lot of the smaller ones, I don't keep many of the sketch models. I really don't keep anything. But then if it's a bigger model or it's just something particularly close to my heart, then I'll hold on to it.
You know, maybe if you didn't have room at work, could you take it home and just like display it there if you wanted to?
No, we're not really allowed to take any of the LEGO gear from work home.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's partly because we work with a lot of prototype elements or painted elements or whatever, and so then if we start taking those home and then all of a sudden your kid gets it and puts it in his collection and then gives it away to his friend, and then all these like subpar LEGO elements are getting out into the world, which we don't really want to have happen. So
quality control.
Yeah, they run a pretty tight ship here.
Now, one of the most interesting like LEGO-related kind of documentaries I've watched recently is that it's a Channel 4 over in the UK did a special on
the Secret Life of LEGO.
Yes, that is the title. And my favorite scene was they were by the design workshop and like I guess the building, and they were doing like a little bit of camera in front of it, and then all of a sudden the windows started closing. Is that real? Because that was like an oh my god kind of moment. Everyone I've talked to about that was like their favorite part too. Like what in the world?
Well, I don't want to ruin the magic then.
Okay.
No, but that was a lie.
Okay, because that would be awesome.
That was a stretching of the truth by a lot. That's a building I work in. We actually have 2 different design buildings here, just because the department is so big. And that's a building that I work in. And it is true that if those panels are not closed, I guess I shouldn't say this because it might encourage people to come here, but I guess it increase our security. But if those panels are not closed, then you can look into a lot of the windows in the building, and I'd like to say that you won't be able to see much, but I can't be totally sure about that. So, yeah, I mean, we do a pretty good job of keeping things away from the windows. But the thing is, even with those panels closed, the idea of them is that they block out the sun. Okay. So they're like super fancy window shades.
On the outside of the building instead of the inside.
Yes, yes. But we now have shades on the inside of the building as well. Because we found out that in the coldest, darkest times of the year in December and January, when the sun is so low in the sky, it's not. The idea with the holes is if the sun is at a high enough angle, then the holes are small enough that the sun doesn't go through. But those days in January and December when the sun doesn't necessarily get so high in the sky, it just shines right in. So, yeah, those panels, I'm sorry, they're not as cool as that video made it out to be. But
you got to keep that. Now people are going to be like flying their drones and trying to see in the windows there.
Well, then we have to up our security measures, which I don't think is a bad thing.
So, backtracking a little bit, what did you think of that documentary? In my personal opinion, just to get it out of the way, I thought it was like the most impressive like LEGO documentary thing I've really seen thus far.
What? Why was that? Just because of the insight it gave you into the hiring process, or
cool people like Kim Thompson, for instance, one of my favorite. I would assume, I guess he is one of your colleagues, in some shape or form. But they just had like all these cool cameos, and it was just it was cool.
Yeah, I guess it's hard for me to realize that as, an insider now, and these people are my colleagues. I forget that they're not, like, I see them, maybe not every day, but, I see them around the office, or I see them daily, or whatever. So to me, it's not like, oh, look, there's Matthew Ashton. He's the guy that designed Unikitty, he's working here all the time. So I forget that, like, the fans aren't interacting with these people every day. Because I'm like, well, I'm a fan and I interact with them every day, so why don't you guys?
Totally, exactly. But so, did you watch the documentary?
Yeah, I watched it because I was curious about the secret life of LEGO. I didn't know there were so many secrets.
You gotta figure out what they're keeping from you.
Yeah. I guess I'll learn all the things I'm not supposed to talk about by watching this. I watched it. I find it interesting to see programs like that and just kind of see, like, what are we telling people outside, like, what is their impression of things here. And I thought it was interesting. I actually, so there's the guy Justin, who they're like who they're following him in the hiring process and all that. I was convinced. I was like, oh, this is fake. They filmed it all after he was hired. Or not all of it, but most of it. And I was convinced about that. And then I was, and I've interacted with him some, but not a lot. He works in a totally different team than me, and so we're in separate buildings at night, and we don't see each other that much. But then I was on a few weeks after that documentary aired. I had been visiting a friend in England, and I was flying back to Denmark that night, Sunday night. I just got to the weekend, and who's there waiting for the plane but Justin Ramsden? And so I just struck up a conversation with him about that documentary. I was like, okay, what's going on? And he told me the whole thing was real. So, like, even the phone call that he gets when Matthew calls him to tell him that he got the job, he said, yeah, that was the real phone call.
That's ridiculous.
So yeah.
So it wasn't
very
acting,
impressed.
it was just reacting.
Well, yeah, because that was the thing is I thought, I mean, either he's a really good actor or it's the real thing. And so I wasn't totally convinced either way. But I just thought that the logistics of actually capturing all that are too complex. But apparently not.
That's pretty.
They really went all out with that. That's cool.
Yeah.
So maybe talking about colleagues, for instance, and I guess anyone that does work for LEGO is in some way, shape, or form like a colleague. As a fan here in the United States, I personally, I know Kevin Hinkle is like the face of the company at conventions, and I think it would have been Steve Witt when you were kind of, I guess Kevin kind of was hired around the same time that you maybe moved to Denmark, right?
No, he started in 2000. I think December 2011, something like that, or maybe before then. So I was actually at that time I was living in New England still. I was still part of NELUG. So I actually met him through that. Maybe a couple times, maybe only once. I think it might have just been once that I met him. And yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I wasn't like super excited to meet him and starstruck or anything. And then when I got here, I realized that he's actually a pretty big deal in the fan community. and actually so when I was in New England, living a couple states away from where he was, I only saw him once. But since then, he comes over to Billund every now and then for just different responsibilities that he has for his work. And so he'll come once or twice every year. And so every time he comes now, we get together and hang out, which is really cool.
That's awesome, yeah.
So that's like, so fan designers hanging out with the guy that manages the fans. That's like a thing, maybe. I saw Kevin posted some photos of like Jamie Berard and like Carl Merriam and some other like fan designers.
Yeah, some lame guy like this Mike Psyche or whoever was probably in there too.
Yeah, exactly. So that's like a thing then.
So I mean, Kevin is really good about that. Like he will send out an email to all of the fan designers here when he is like he'll say, "Oh, I'm coming to Billund in 2 weeks. What's your schedule like? Let's get together and hang out." So I try to make myself available because it's just fun time. And then he usually has some questions for us, and we just like to hear stories about the job and different fans that he's dealing with, and the cool things he's doing, and the people he has trouble with. So
that's awesome. Yeah, Kevin is Kevin's a blast. I love seeing him at whatever conventions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've really grown to appreciate everything he does since starting working here and being behind the scenes and seeing everything that he has to deal with. So.
Oh, totally.
He's a good guy.
I think he totally rocks the role, and it's like there's so much stuff he does that 90% of people, I think, would never have an appreciation for. It's like you said, like once you start like kind of I started talking to him a little bit when I saw him at Brick Fair a couple weeks ago, and it's just like the man is it's just next level,
He's a machine.
He is a machine. He is a force,
Yeah.
So back when you were just doing this as a fan, and back when you were in the U.S., did you have a chance to attend many conventions, or were you mostly just kind of solo builder stuff online?
I never attended a convention fan. That's something that I'm still upset about.
Kids Fest? You went to a Kids Fest event,
okay,
right?
I went to 2 Kids Fest, but I would not consider that a fan event. So, Matthew, where you said you're the north? You were saying something about the Northeast. I assume you live in the Northeast.
I live in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
I just wasn't sure. And then when you mentioned Kids Fest, I wasn't sure like if you were at one of them or something, or you just saw that from Flickr. Or
I remember it was a big deal because that was like when Kids Fest was like the first like ever like Kids Fest thing, and they announced it was for Raleigh and that they were going to do all this fan stuff, and so I was like, oh, and so I made a real point to pay attention to everything that was going on, and I remember you popping up with like some other NELUG, the NELUG train layout, was that there?
Well, that was at the Kids Fest in New England, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we had, so we went, that was my first experience ever in 2009 of like going somewhere and displaying my models and having people look at them, and it was just cool to see people get excited about the stuff you build. But I remember, this is a tangent thing, but it's something that stuck with me. I remember I brought a model of, I don't know if it was 2009 or 2011 or when, but it's this Russian jet called a MiG-25 Foxbat,
Okay.
If you're into jets at all, or if you're into jets a lot, let's say, it's a pretty cool jet. It was designed to intercept the SR-71 Blackbird and hopefully be able to shoot it down, which it never did, but that was the design. And instead of the way that the SR-71 is a very elegant design, and the MiG-25 is just like, all right, let's take a regular plane and let's just put way bigger engines in it. So it's just like this brute force crazy airplane that I love. So anyways, I had built a model of that, and I'm so proud to display it. And this kid and his dad come up, and they're like, "Oh, sweet, look, an F-16." I'm just sitting there thinking, "No, it's not an F-16. Come on, can't you see? Can't you see what it is?"
No, I think it seems like, as I've talked to builders and conventions over the years, specifically, military builders who build, historical models like that, that seems to be, I think probably happens fairly often with a lot of builders because people have, like the common, planes and things like that a lot of people know of, they just kind of assume that must be what it is.
Exactly. And I'm the same way with all sorts of things. Like that example the other day when I saw the Ferrari, and I was convinced I knew what Ferrari it was, but I was totally wrong.
Well, this is a really great Lamborghini set. I think it's just awesome.
All right. Get him off the call.
Okay, that's it. We're kicking Matthew out.
Get out of here. Get out of here. All this nonsense.
But yeah, speaking of historical models, I remember looking back on your Flickr feed. I was going through it, and I really liked your one of the. You had like a World War I kind of anti-aircraft gun on like a truck bed. It was a cool. I think you don't see nearly enough World War I Lego builds, so I thought that was cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I built that. This is going back on that whole thing of my grand plans that I come up with. Like, I built a little sock with camel, and then I thought, and then I built a little. I think it's like the Fokker D3 or whatever, the triplane that is made famous by the Red Baron. So they're like tiny scale versions of those two Lego sets from back in the day. Yeah. So I built those, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna do it all. I'm gonna build like a World War I airfield. And I'm gonna have the anti-aircraft guns and everything. And I built that, and so I built that little truck with the anti-aircraft gun, and then that was the end of that project.
That did not last real long.
No, it made it a couple weeks though, I think.
Respectable, respectable.
Yeah.
Now I want to go out on a limb here, and just it's probably going to backfire on me, and I'm going to look like an idiot. But I want to say that you were at SeaTac Airport after BrickCon, and you ran into Tyler Kleitz. Is that a thing?
And you're like some kind of stalker or something.
I'm sorry.
No, I can't. I'm just kidding. I mean, I posted that photo publicly, so I can't. I have no one to blame but myself. Yeah, that was. Let's see. That was. There have been a couple times where I've met fans that I've just been never expected that to happen. So I was on my way back from my honeymoon through Seattle, and it was the weekend of, it was like Sunday, the weekend of BrickCon. So, okay, so, and this will tie into another story next, but I'll finish this first. So Sunday, the weekend of BrickCon. Right. I'm back to Seattle after my honeymoon, and I just get, we have like a 2 or 3 hour layover, and I just get this idea in my head, like, oh, there are probably people here who are at the convention. And then I just start, like, my head is on a swivel, I'm just looking around as I walk through, trying to recognize anyone's face that I would know.
That's awesome.
And as we're walking to our gate, I just see this guy, like, sitting over by the by the windows, and I'm thinking like, and he has some luggage with him, but not a lot. And I'm thinking, I think I recognize. I think that's Tyler Flights. And I tell it to my wife, and she's like, don't say anything. And so we like walk by to our gate, and we get, because usually when we get to the airport, we like go directly to the gate, make sure it's the right one. Okay, it's the right gate, and then from there we'll wander around until it's time for our flight. So we go to the gate, and then it's the right one, and so we're going back, and he's still sitting there. And I take a closer look, and I'm like, yeah, pretty positive. and Karen goes again, like, don't say it. Just don't say anything to him. So that was on our way back to the food court. And then on the third time, going back to the gate finally to get on the plane, like, all right, I'm just going to go up to him. And so I went up to him, and I don't remember what I said. It was something really, probably really stalkerish or whatever. I was like, are you Tyler? I don't know. I can't remember the exact conversation. He may remember it better. But yeah, I met him in the Seattle airport completely, and that's the only time I've ever met him in person. So
that is awesome.
That was pretty funny. You know, great end to the honeymoon.
That is a great end to the honeymoon. And if he had planned it, like maybe he said like, oh, we're gonna like go back to Seattle and just like be here for a couple days.
Well, okay, so this is going back now to when we were saying, did I ever go to any fan conventions?
Yeah.
And I never did. And a lot of that was because when I was in college and before that I didn't have any money. And if I had any money, I was spending it on LEGO. I wasn't going to spend it to go to a convention. And then after college, as soon as I started working, I kid you not, every single convention, there was some kind of conflict. Either there's a wedding to go to, there's a birthday party. I don't know. I can't think of all the different things with it. Like, oh, there's a bachelor party you have to go to. There's a family reunion you have to go to. Every single one. There was always something that conflicted those weekends.
Oh, shucks.
So that was kind of the funny thing. It's like, okay, and that was the last one. You know, BritCon, again, conflicting with my wedding/honeymoon. So it was kind of funny that in the end I didn't really go to BritCon, but I got a small part of the experience.
Eiffel in the airport.
Yep. And actually, I did at one time, I stopped by Brick Fair. Oh yeah, I guess now they have different locations. But it was the original Brick Fair in Virginia or DC or wherever. There was one point where that weekend I was driving a moving truck from Atlanta to Boston. And so I had like a couple hours. So again, these are the kinds of things that I have to do on the weekends of fan conventions. and I was like, you know, I don't care if it makes the trip longer. We're stopping there for a couple hours. I'm going to go in. I'm at least going to get to look around at all the different models. So I have been to a convention for a couple hours once, but not as an attendee. So I count that it's not.
That's awesome though. To just like, you know, like movie try, and then like, oh, we're just gonna do something awesome. Let's go to this fan convention, walk around, right?
Yeah, I don't even know if I said hi to anyone when I was there.
What
I just walked. What? That. I think that was 2010.
Okay, so it was the Dulles Expo Center. It looked like an empty Walmart, basically.
Yes. Yes.
And so you know what it is now?
Do I know what that build?
That building is a Walmart now.
Oh, that's amazing.
And so there were two, and so now the one expo hall is a Walmart, and then the other one is where Brick Fair is now. So it's like there's like a Walmart in the parking lot of Brick Fair now.
Wow, that's amazing. So you just go buy all the Lego there?
Exactly. Run out of a draft set or something, just go to Walmart.
Yeah. So anyways, that thing about not attending conventions has continued. I actually have since I went to the Scareback fan event once. But last year, for the first time, my boss came to me and said, I want to, like, LEGO is going to send you to a fan event. And so I'm thinking, okay, this is it. You know, how cool is that? The first fan event I go to after all these years of wanting to go to one is going to be one where I'm going officially on LEGO's behalf. That's pretty cool. And then he's like, it's the weekend of May 10th. So I say, okay, that's great. Amazing. It was actually Brick Fair New England in 2013 or May 14th, 2014, Brick Fair New England.
Okay.
And I'm super excited. And I go home and I tell my wife, and she's like, "Are you kidding? We're going to our friend's wedding that weekend."
Damn it!
So one of these days, I'm going to go to a LEGO convention.
You just have the worst luck scheduling things.
Yeah.
Well, you should So you haven't been to like Marcos and Jamie, and they're always at some Marcos Comic Con, and he was at Brick Fair, and so you haven't done that, been the set designer guest of honor kind of.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I imagine one day I will do that. But I have. Oh, made a mistake. I imagine one day. I imagine in the near future I'll go to something like that. But it just there are so many more interesting designers than me to send right now. So, like for example, Jamie or Marcos. Or Mark Stafford. Yeah, they're people with such impressive resumes here compared to mine that if you ask me, I would say no, send them. They have much more interesting stories to tell than I do.
Totally. Well, that is awfully selfless of you, or something like that. I would love to see you at a fan event, Mike. How about that?
I would love to see you at a fan event.
Yeehaw! You should come to BrickCon.
I would. Wait, is that the one in Seattle?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to go to that one. One of my brothers lives out in nearby Seattle, so I would really enjoy getting to go to BrickCon. I've heard amazing things about it, and that was always the one. I don't know about you guys, but I was always waiting for. It used to be like the week afterwards that people would start posting pictures. Now I guess it's pretty much instantaneous. But I would always be so excited to see, okay, what do people bring this year? And I think BrickCon was usually one of the most exciting ones because that was where is it Keith Goldman? Is that his name?
Yeah.
That was where he would usually debut all the crazy things that he would build, like these giant collaborative displays. So actually, when I went to Brick Fair in 2010, I was kind of underwhelmed by the amount I was expecting to go and see every single model would be part of some just enormous collaborative project. And there were some collaborative projects, but not nearly as much as I was expecting. So I was actually a little underwhelmed by that. I don't know how you guys feel about. I assume. Well, yeah, you've been to all sorts of things now.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a little bit. It's different, I guess. I think that was a particularly paltry year because it was a new location. And so a lot of people that were coming, I think, may have not come that year, just cause.
Okay.
And I think also a convention like BrickCon is I think I keep hearing it's every build is quality, and then there's a lot of space filler kind of stuff. It feels at Brick Fair. There can be because it's such a big space. You can afford to say, oh well, everyone kind of I don't know.
Yeah, just spread out. Like you don't have to put your model next to someone's.
Yeah, basically. I feel like if I keep talking, I'm going to end up like offending everyone, or
We've now alienated everyone at Brick Fair.
not a good way to put it, but I don't know. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I think BrickCon is like the nirvana of like just awesomeness.
I've heard a lot of good things about BrickCon. Yeah, I've just never been there.
Well, the other thing for me that I talk about so whenever I'm back in New England, I go meet up with the guys and girls of NELUG. And I was just there, I guess, like a week ago. A little over a week ago. And the thing we were talking about is, like, there's so many of these fan conventions now that people don't travel as much as they used to. So it used to be like, okay, I'm going to BrickFest or whatever. You know, there used to be just one. Like, okay, everyone's going to BrickFest. We're all going to get together. We're going to see our buddies from all over the country and hang out and have a great time. And now I feel like they're so localized that people don't travel nearly as much to go. Like, why would someone in New England go to BrickCon when there's a Brick Fair New England event in May? So I think it's cool that there's so many more conventions, but I also think you lose some of the magic of like the huge fan gathering that it used to be, that it allegedly used to be.
Yeah, there's something to be said for like telling everyone to just gather in one place, you know?
It's definitely more expensive for everyone.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I think that's a good point though. I think that's definitely true. You've got people a lot more localized, which, like you said, it can also be, it's maybe a good thing too if it's then people might not be able to travel out to Seattle for a convention if there's one on the East Coast all of a sudden to make it to a LEGO convention. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's great for those people that are more of a casual fan, and they're never gonna pay for a trip across the country, but if there's a convention half day's drive away, like why not go check it out? And so I think there are a lot more people involved in the LEGO fan community now than there were 10 years ago, partly because of that, because there's so much more actual gatherings.
So how are you coming along there, Matthew? Model looking pretty good?
Yeah, I'm trying to attach these little angle kind of.
Oh,
is
sweet.
there a trick, Mike, to attaching them with the 2x2 rounds, kind of at that angle?
No, it should only attach in one spot, or at least eventually.
Yeah.
So for now, I think it's just sitting on one stud.
Okay.
Yeah.
On each side, but you're very quickly gonna build over that stud and lock it in. It should be pretty secure. And then there will be some other pieces that kind of come around it and keep it from.
We'll kind of cocoon it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually originally I had all these crazy hinge pieces and stuff in there that would actually lock it into place, and then I found, oh, if I just put a stop here and here, it doesn't move.
Yeah, totally.
Which is way simpler. Not as cool looking, but much more buildable.
So what's your most favorite element that has been released in the past, I don't know, whatever time frame, like 2 years, a year?
Oh, see, you should have been a little more devious there and said like, oh, what's your favorite new element?
That's coming out ever, and try and get a Freudian slip out of you. Wow, there's this
Exactly. Exactly. Too late. You missed your opportunity.
Time.
Closed book. Nothing. I hate all the elements.
Okay.
I don't know. I really like. I was actually just writing a new. I was updating my bio for the creator website, and on there I wrote that my favorite element is the 1x1 headlight brick. but I also really like the. It's a fairly new element that I saw. Do you ever look at this blog called New Elementary?
Oh my gosh!
Yes.
It's probably my favorite LEGO blog out there. Yes.
But we like to look at that blog here too, just to see that like, oh, people are paying attention to the new stuff we make. But I mention it because I think his name's Tim, the guy that runs that website.
Tim Johnson. Yep.
Yeah, he made a name for the part that I was about to say. I wanted to make sure maybe you'll know the name, but he calls it the love handles. Do you know that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
The love?
The love handle.
The love handle.
Or love handles. I forget exactly what. It's a 1x2 plate. It's a 1x2 plate, and it has a bar on either end instead of just on one end.
And it appeared in that seaplane, right?
Yes. Yeah. So actually, I don't want to claim too much, but I'm the one who built it into that seaplane. And I think part of the reason I like that piece so much is when we were first showed that element as, oh, this is going to be one of the new elements, I just looked at it, and we had a list of like 7 or 8, and we needed to narrow it down to 6. And I looked at that one, and I was like, of all these elements, that's the one that I'm least interested in.
Oh.
And now, then finally, they started to mold them and let us play with them, and of course, eat my words, I'm using that one all the time.
It's really useful because it adds like a structural strength and like a sort of a geometry that you really just couldn't get with the separate.
Well, in my ignorance, I did not see that when I first saw the element.
Well, now you know.
But yes, it is a great element. So of the more recent elements, that's my favorite. But of the more classical LEGO elements, I really love that headlight brick.
Yeah, and so I think the headlight brick is that has to be. I mean, it is like the first, like maybe not the first, but it's like it's just so versatile, and the geometry is quirky, and you can do so much with it.
Yeah, it like encompasses the whole LEGO system in that one piece. Like you can take that piece and it's got the hole for the 3.2 shafts. It's got the 2:5 ratio. It's got the sideways building. It's got the hole on the back with the square that you can put a knob into. It's got it all. What a great element.
I've been working. Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say that I sometimes wonder whether this is maybe sacrilegious to say this. I don't know, but I wonder sometimes whether the guy that first made that element realized exactly what he was doing.
That is a great question. Because there's so many people that Lego Techniques Flickr or group poll or group pool, you see the way that these elements go together, and it's like there's literally so much geometry involved. When they're designing, do they really understand implications of what they're doing, right?
Well, now we put a lot of thought into, when we're making a new element, we really put a lot of thought into how is this going to work with all the other elements. How does everything connect? And I will admit that the fans definitely come up with stuff that we didn't think of from time to time. But I think for the most part we do a pretty good job of trying to make elements that are going to interact with the rest of the system in a really nice way. But the thing with that headlight brick is that was like
70?
There weren't real. There was no sideways building going on then,
No.
There was no like there wasn't really a need to sink it in that half plate. You know?
Exactly.
And like the 3.2 hole in it that can accept all the shafts, like there weren't really that many shafts either. That wasn't a big system that was developed. So I don't know if he just had some amazing foresight or if it was lucky or what.
For the headlight brick?
Yeah, the guy who designed that brick, in designing it, I don't know if he realized what exactly he was creating.
Do you think they come up with stuff specifically to work with the headlight brick, like the lightsaber blade, for instance? And I guess that's a minifig hand. So it is the same geometry as a minifig hand. It was the minifig hand in production when the...
Yeah, I think so. I mean there were definitely like this piece that we're using, an earlier version of it, that might have been around at the time too.
Yeah.
So there were things to stick into that hole, but not really that many, at least not compared to what we have today.
Yeah. It is kind of crazy though. But so the new elementary is like one of the more popular blogs amongst you and your colleagues.
I think it really depends on who you talk to. I look at so many different LEGO sites just because it's, I don't know, it's the fan in me partly, and it's also just curiosity to see what people are saying about LEGO and see cool things that people are building. But there aren't a ton of people here that look at the new elementary, as far as I know.
Yeah.
But I really like that blog.
It feels such a weird niche, and it is so like, I mean, it's just like when I first saw it, and I was like, oh, and this is what it's. Oh no way! Like this is gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's a great blog.
So what are some of your other maybe like favorite LEGO fan media outlets or sites or YouTube channels, for instance?
Okay, so I will admit I don't watch your guys' YouTube channel much. And I used to. No, but just as a disclaimer before I tell you the things I do watch, because I don't want you to feel hurt.
All right.
We take it.
No, so I used to listen to your podcast when it was
Audio?
Just an audio form.
Yep.
Because I could sit on the bus or wherever, be doing some mindless task like unloading the dishwasher or whatever, and I could listen to it. I could even listen to it while I'm building Lego, so that was great. And then when you switch over to video, I watched the first few, but I just found myself so drawn in by the video that I couldn't do anything else while I watched it. And so it just started to take away so much of my free time. So, and everyone, I think you guys know Carl Miriam, one of the other
course,
designers. Yeah. So we ride the bus together to work, and like pretty much once a week we have this conversation where he'll say like, I'll say, yeah, I used to list. Well, because we've been talking about this because I mentioned him that we were doing this call, and I don't remember the other circumstances we've had this conversation. But every time I bring up your show, I'm like, yeah, but I can't be watching that much video. It's going to take up too much of my time. And he always says, just don't watch the video, just listen to it. And it's a great response. And in my head, I know I can do that. But for some reason, when I turn on a video, I just need to watch it.
Do you know who we had this exact conversation with at Rector, Virginia, a week or two ago?
No, because I didn't watch the video.
Mike Ripley.
Oh, that's amazing. I just saw him in New England.
Yeah, so he was like, he came up to us, and then I think that is a very, like, I myself would probably want to listen to a podcast about LEGO, not watch, just because you're right. like a passive.
But it is. Sorry, finish what you're saying. I'm a very good interrupter. Well, I was just going to say that it's a bit. I mean, it makes sense to do it in video. We're talking about a physical thing that, like I remember when I would listen to your podcast and you'd say like, yeah, we're looking at these amazing creations right now, and that doesn't really come through so well in the audio, you know? Like, okay, I guess that sounds great. I'll have to go look at the pictures later.
Exactly.
So it makes sense to do the video.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I think what was we were talking. Who was it? Matthew, you just mentioned that we were talking to that said yes. We interviewed him at Brick Fair, and he hasn't even watched his interview yet.
Yeah. Well, you'll be happy to know that we are in the process of compiling audio versions of our video episodes, and those will be available for your consumption shortly.
All right. Wonderful.
Because, you know, once you get that, like, I don't know, 10, 12 times from various people, it's like you really have to kind of, yep, okay, well, looks like we're doing this.
So you've heard that a lot.
I myself have had like 6 or 7 people come up to me, like, just separately from Joshua, and then when we're together, I think that Mike has been one of them, and it's a common sentiment, I would say.
Yeah, we've had a few people tell us, you know, and we kind of knew that when we switched over that that might be an issue, but like you said, you know, it's still, the video makes a lot of sense being able to show the creations and everything, so I think it worked out well. But yeah, there are some people who just, like you, that just can't do the video thing, and podcasts just work better.
Like, I myself, when I'm driving to LEGO conventions, and I don't know how this sounds, but I pull up old episodes of LAML Radio. Do you remember? You were interviewed actually on LAML Radio, weren't you?
I was just going to mention that, and I have a great story for a little. I have a very funny anecdote to share next.
All right.
Something I find funny, or more hypocritical, I would say.
But yeah, LML Radio, because it's a passive listening experience. I just put on the audio, I'm there, I'm like, oh, I'm going to a LEGO show, you know, like, heck yeah. And I start listening to that, and like, you know, your old interview, or there's like Brian Bonahum, like, there's a ton of people. Then Nannon has an interview, and I just like get in the mood, you know, and I'm not having to watch a video, and I don't feel like I'm missing out on much. So, but share your anecdote.
Okay, so when you brought up that interview that I did on that show, when I did that interview, I can't even remember his name. It was James Wadsworth, right?
Yes, Canada.
Is he still involved in the fan community? I don't think he does his podcast anymore.
What'd you say?
Does he do the podcast still?
He handed it over to a guy in Australia, and that guy did a couple episodes. I think his name's Rob Deacon, and he kind of stopped doing episodes altogether. So I think it's just the archive at this point.
Oh, well, that's a shame. But anyways, when I was talking with him, either before or after the interview, I said to him, you know what would be really cool is if you did it as a video, and then you could like see what people look like, and they could show you creations, and they could, you know, they could like show off their collections. And that's exactly what I said to him. So I'd be a little bit hypocritical in saying that when you switch to video, I stopped watching, or stopped.
It's a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, and you know, that I guess that's kind of the way things go for me. It's the same thing with that love handles element, where I'm like, I can't see myself using this element.
And then you love it. And
then I use it everywhere I can.
Yep. And then also, there's a lot to be said for, when did you make that suggestion? And like, what would that have been, like 2009, 8?
It must have been no later than 2008.
Yeah, so I mean, like back then, you were talking about like getting really good internet like this. Like, I mean, that was what, 6 years, 7 years ago at this point?
Yeah, it must have been something like that.
Yeah,
I don't really know if it was a feasible thing.
I think for like maybe if you were like at Google itself or like at some big research university, and in some like the only area on campus that had like a fiber line or something. I mean, I don't know. Like I myself know that internet speeds back then. I remember thinking they were just paltry, and there was really no like. I mean, there was enterprise video conferencing technology, but there was nothing like what this Google Plus allows you to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Skype was around. That was the only thing, and I think I was still fairly new to Skype, but I was just enamored by this idea that you could have a video call with someone for free when regular phone calls cost so much money.
Yeah.
And yeah, looking back now, we're like, oh my goodness, the video quality was terrible, and we just saw 20 pixels of the person or whatever, But at the time, it was like, this is incredible. Your face is sort of on the screen.
It's like Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Have you used Periscope or Meerkat or any of those, like live streaming from the iPhone?
No, I don't have an iPhone, so.
No.
No.
I think that they have it for Android smartphones, but it's like basically like what this is. It's just from your iPhone and it's live onto these platforms, and so you can go around a convention like just impromptu, and just throw a live stream up. So we've experimented with that, but I think I had that same moment where it was like, this is cool, but like doing that from your iPhone and just like immediately live to the internet, that's just like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff where it's like, I think I feel like I'm in the future finally,
We finally made it.
We finally made it. We're the flying cars, bro.
We only got the audio-visual technology, but at least we got part of it.
I can't live to 200, but hey, at least I can live stream while I'm alive.
Yeah.
So did you watch Carl Merriam's? He did a really great like live build with, I believe it's called Tested. It's like a social media site kind of blog with Jamie and the Mythbusters.
I watched part of it, but again, it was like an hour-long thing. And I just thought, is Carl really going to say something in this hour that is going to be new to me when we talk every day?
On the bus tour.
Actually, I'll admit a little bit of egotism that I saw in the background. They had a creator set. It's called Red Creatures.
Yeah.
It's a little dragon, and that's a set that I did. And so I was just like, the whole time I was like, are they gonna point out that dragon in the background? And then maybe Carl will say something like, oh yeah, my friend Mike did that. I didn't watch the whole thing though, so I don't know if that happened or not. But that kept me watching probably longer than I would have otherwise.
That's awesome. I will admit I had like a gallon or something crazy amount of Lego to sort, and I was like, well, I have to find something to watch, and I ran across that just by happenstance or whatever, and I threw it on, and I was like, oh crap, like this is pretty cool, and so it's kind of like the passive thing, so I sort of had it in the corner, wasn't really paying attention per se, but I was just kind of,
That's an interesting thing you bring up, the sorting, because I remember that's when I would watch or listen to a lot of the Lego stuff that I did as a fan, and that's totally absent for me now. I'm never sorting anything, so like I would say that's one of the bigger parts of this hobby that I no longer do. I know that sounds kind of silly, but sorting is like, if you like to keep a well-sorted collection, which I did, sorting is a big part of where you spend your time.
Totally. And so the craziest thing that Carl said during the whole interview, he said a lot of interesting, like, I would say that we're having a better time, Mike, just to kind of to diss on that a little bit. This is much more awesome. We've been talking about some, like, they were just kind of, but But see, we've been sharing these personal and kind of stories, and this is
well,
good.
Well, I gotta stand up for Carl a little bit. He did that interview like immediately after flying from Denmark to San Francisco.
Are you serious?
So he was a little bit jet lagged.
Oh my God, yeah. No, but he totally.
So I give him quite a bit of credit for that interview.
Yeah, I mean he rocked it. I'm just saying. I think we're like this is next level.
All right, I'm down with that. That's cool.
Yeah. But so the craziest anecdote he shared was, oh yeah, well when we're test building models and we have like stuff that we're like not going to be using anymore, we never like sort it back into the collection. What we do is we just toss it into a big like pile and it just gets ground up and like re-Legoized. And I was there like, what?
Maybe I shouldn't share this. I don't know, but it's not that big a deal. But it's not getting re-Legoized. It gets burned to create heat.
It gets burned to create heat.
Oh, the plot thickens.
Oh my gosh! So it's more grisly than I thought.
Yeah, that's like the end of Toy Story 3. Oh, I hope you've all seen that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like you walk into the building and you're like, oh, it's nice and toasty today. They're probably burning a lot of plastic.
No, I actually, that's just a story that I heard. I don't know the veracity of it, but it wouldn't surprise me because in Denmark, that is one of the ways that heat is. So you're learning all about Denmark today. The way that the heating works in Denmark, yeah. Now you're all, people can decide. They were thinking, I wasn't sure if I wanted to work at LEGO because I didn't know if I wanted to live in Denmark. Now you'll know, okay? The heating, for the most part, is a centralized system where they have plants throughout the towns that will just boil water, and then they have lines of steam that go to every house and go into radiators in every house.
So it's basically like a big college campus.
Yes, and so to create that heat, one of the things to create the heat to boil the water, one of the things they do is burn waste.
Okay.
So I think that's where it may be an assumption that someone made that, oh, well, the trash Lego is getting burned. I don't totally know, but we do at least sort our trash, okay? So
okay.
Somewhat. Not nearly as much as I used to sort models when I took them apart as a fan.
I feel you. But so, like, why not just, like, maybe take all that stuff and break it down and then just send it over to us greedy infos in the United States?
Yeah. So, that's because it's not pure Lego. So, for example, there could be 3D printed elements in there. There will be elements that are test molded, so they don't have the correct clutch power. They just straight up don't have the right dimensions. It could be things that are unreleased that we want to keep secret.
Okay.
It could be painted elements that were painted just to take a picture of the model, and you really shouldn't be, giving those painted elements to kids for them to chew on. So all sorts of reasons like that it's safest to just get rid of it.
That's that makes a ton of sense, actually, then. It'd be like NASA, like, releasing, crazy Mars rover parts or something that are like...
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, so I felt the same way as you when I first started here, and I saw that waste, and I was like, guys, just let me take that home and add it to my collection. I won't tell anyone.
No, young Jedi, you don't understand.
Yeah. You've much to learn. You have.
Well, I'm on page 50 now. I still feel like I'm kind of dragging. How are you doing, Josh?
Not bad, moving along nicely.
I am done with bag 1, so.
All right, I think I'm a couple pages away, or something like
All
that.
right. Well, so because I'm ahead of the game, I got out some. I have here some of the different prototypes that we used. In this model, we actually have 2 new elements. One of them is, I don't know, I don't think either of you have used it yet. It's a windshield for the car.
This amazing angled windshield?
Yes. So yeah, I kept a bunch of the prototypes that we made when we were developing that. And so you can see our very first version, we just took this windshield that you might be familiar with. It's
yes.
like the biggest windshield, and then we just chop it up.
Oh my God!
All right, the new element maybe will look something like this, and then we start building that into models. And then from there, so we actually explored. We went down 2 different routes. One was making something like this, that's kind of straight up and down and very simply shaped. And then the other one is this crazy thing, which is like a much more specific to this car windshield.
Not as widely applicable?
Yeah, and it's not as widely applicable, not as interesting to build with, not nearly as much LEGO DNA. So we went away from that, and we went with the other one. So then we're like, this is an early 3D printed version of the final thing, and then so we're printing it just in white plastic, and then we have some here. This is actually also 3D printed, which is just cool that we can do transparent 3D printing. So, but you can see, for example, here, if you look on this prototype, I don't know how well it'll come through in the video, but this is one of the 3D printed ones, and at least here it's super yellowed now because this has been sitting around for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
So
how long would you say that 3D printing, like how long has that been like a big technology at LEGO?
Ever since I started, it was huge.
Okay.
And I imagine it's been some years. But anytime there's a prototype element that a group is making, then it gets 3D printed in order for us to build with it. And you can't necessarily replicate everything with 3D print. Like maybe the clutch power, for example, is not correct everywhere, or if you sometimes the strength of an element is really important, and you're not going to replicate the strength of a 3D printed part. So it's not like it's not perfect means of making prototypes, but it's pretty good, and it's really fast. It's really cool. You can draw up a part, send it to the guys that are going to 3D print it, and then the next morning it's there for you to build with.
That is awesome.
So
it's like they're like the prep kitchen of the model shop almost?
Yes.
That's crazy.
And so, sometimes at some points in the year the printers are too busy, and then you'll have to wait a little longer to get the part, but it's pretty cool. And then I also like that they kind of have like a output bin where everything that's done printing, they just kind of dump it there. So I like to go snoop around in there and just see what other new elements people are making.
So do you ever do like just kind of personal, like one-off, kind of like, oh, I just would wonder?
You could. I'm not a very skilled 3D modeler, so I don't really spend my time doing that. But you could. Oftentimes, so I sit next to Jamie. Oftentimes what he and I do to make a part is we'll just like cut and glue other parts together.
Oh my gosh.
It's a little more old school.
So are there any fan designers that have been hired, and the squeamishness around like the purism or whatever it is sticks around like a little bit longer than like other non-fan designers maybe? Or I guess the non-fan wouldn't have the squeamishness? Or am I just talking about nonsense right now?
You mean with like cutting and gluing?
Yeah, like, oh, do we really have to do that? Guys!
Actually, so one thing that's really common is that we have to paint a lot of elements because we don't keep a 100% complete stock of every LEGO element ever. Or sometimes the parts just, like when it's a new part, it starts out only in one color and then you say, oh, what, I want to use it in green. So if you're going to sit around and wait for it to be molded in green, you're going to be waiting at least a couple weeks, if not much longer. So then we're oftentimes, especially early in development, we're spray painting a lot of elements.
Yeah.
And that for me was a little bit rough at the start. Like, oh, this isn't the way a LEGO model should be built. With painting pieces. And one of the guys that started maybe a few months ago, maybe it's been 3 months, I don't know. I bring it up because I just remember him mentioning that a couple of times where he was saying, oh man, I can't believe I'm having to spray elements for my models. So that's the main one. I mean, for me, because I work on Creator, we're generally not using new elements in our models. We're generally working like this. The Ferrari is an exception in that we have 2 new elements in it, which is really cool to have that opportunity to really make it as authentic as we can. But in general, on Creator products, we don't get to do that. So I'm used to just working with what's available, which is going back to like our very first topic, talking about working within constraints. I think that's me being on Creator. That's a skill that that I've really been able to use here at LEGO. Whereas if you're working in a team where new parts are not as uncommon, then when you get to a problem point, the solution is, of course, to make the right element for the problem. Whereas on Creator, we always are building ourselves out of these situations, which is what I love to do. So
totally.
Creator for me is a very good fit. It's a great team.
Now, one of my favorite things about this set thus far, I've really loved these geometries, where it's like the little tube wedge and the angle plate, and the geometry just like lines up like perfectly. I don't know if you can. I just love that. Like.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That was a lot of. That was painful to get that right.
And then when you put it in, it lines up perfectly to the angle, like on this. I just like that kind of stuff. That's awesome. What was the process like? That's trying to figure out all that and conceptualize it.
Trying to remember back to that. I think. Let's see. Hang on. I need to show some pictures.
Yes.
So when you look at one of our earlier prototypes, if you look at this car, you see how from the top it's like totally square?
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have that section of the side where it goes out after the door. The angle is actually all in the door. And the reason that is, sorry, I'm giving you a really long explanation here, but I think we have time. The reason that is that the first blueprints that we were working with were this one. I don't know how well I'm holding this up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it doesn't really show that was all you had.
But it's very square. Exactly. And this blueprint is from the Ferrari F40 owner's manual. You would think like, okay, that's the place to go. And you would think that their blueprints are going to be the most accurate. But we have a lot of guys here at LEGO who have either studied car design or been. Actually, I don't know if we've had any that have worked as car designers, but we have a lot of guys that really know their cars and know their car stuff. And so one of them explained to me that the drawing that's in the manual wouldn't necessarily be an accurate drawing. It's more to make sure like you have the wheel, like you have all of the features of the car so that you can point them out to describe for maintenance purposes or whatever. You know, like you have the correct inlets and you have the correct handles and latches and bolts
But it's
and
not
all
like
that
a
stuff.
completely accurate kind of schematic per se.
And the reason I noticed that is we actually, as part of the development for this model, we bought a scale model of an F40 so that we could hold it and look, you know, like get an idea of the shape. And so then I also found this blueprint, which I think is also inaccurate, but in a different way. But here you can see this, how much the sides go out.
And it's like bigger at the back than at the front.
Yeah, and so it's a much more curvy looking car here than in the other one. And so when we figured that out, that's when I thought, okay, we have to either actually make the car get wider or somehow just have this fanning out after the doors. And I didn't really know how I was going to do it, but I just thought, well, like this is kind of an insight into how I build models. Like I'll stack up all these pieces and then I'll like hold them where they need to be, and then just keep trying to figure out a way that they can connect. Like,
Yeah.
Like I'll just stack this up, hold it here on the car, and then I'll be like, all right, if I attach a clip here and a stud there, or add a half plate there, and I just start trying whatever I can to get something to line up so that it'll connect.
And it's just like a feasibility test almost.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
It was the same thing with finding the angle on this windscreen to get it to all connect nicely, so that it's really flush here along the top. Where I probably had like 40 different versions of building this front section to get that angle just right.
Yeah. Do you feel like designing a vehicle is like a little bit more of an undertaking than, say, like a building, in the sense that there's just less room for error?
Well, I've never done
Like a modular?
I think they're very, very different in terms of
Different animal?
the task, because like with this one, with something like the F40, it's just a question of, did you match the reference? You know, there's no like, you have to make compromises, so you have to pick the right compromises to make. You know, you have to say, okay, is the wheelbase distance the most important feature of the Ferrari, or is the angle of the windscreen the most important thing? And I need to do whatever I can to get that right, and I'll compromise around that, but make sure that's right. So you have to be able to pick out what are the defining features that you need to get perfect. But you really just, for me, I have a reference, and I'm going to do whatever I can to get as close as possible as I can to that reference. Whereas with the modular building, it's like you have to ask yourself the question, what looks good? And to me, that is way more daunting. I'm like, when someone says, what looks good, I go, I don't know. X-Wings are cool. Those look good.
I like Star Wars.
Yeah, I love Star Wars.
And that goes back to modeling real things versus just making like it's a objective versus subjective, right?
Right. Yeah, it's just a totally different puzzle.
Yep.
And I would say my strengths lie in the puzzle of make this thing look like that.
Yeah.
Which was on the other hand, there's something enjoyable too, where with a regular creator problem, like for example this jet that I was showing you earlier, it's not, of course, you might say it looks like certain jets, but there's no, it doesn't have to, and no angle needs to match an angle on a real jet perfectly. So that, I really enjoy that as well, because then you're like, all right, I have these Lego elements that are the best shapes for a jet, so I will use them, and that will define the shape of the jet instead of the shape of the jet defining which Lego elements I use.
Exactly. Totally.
So, yeah, like a good example on this one is these, I guess I call them ailerons slash flaps. These ailerons slash flaps. When I was first building this, I was using like 2x4 wedge plates, and then you have to use 3 of them, and then they're always a pain to get them connected because they only have the 4 studs in a row, and you have to do really nasty stuff to get them all to connect. And I was doing that because I was thinking that's the trailing edge angle on, for example, an F35.
Yeah.
And then I just had this moment where I was like, why do I need to match that exactly? It doesn't matter. I should just take the part that's the best for this. That's the best solution for this problem, and use that instead of trying to match this thing that I'm not really supposed to be matching.
And that's where like the mindset kind of diverges almost.
Yeah, yeah. So it's easy for me to get carried away in that, like, just match the reference.
Yeah. Simple, man.
Something I thought was interesting there when you mentioned kind of your strengths and weaknesses there of the different types of models you design. When you do the initial kind of build challenge and everything, when you first try to become a designer, once you go through all that, do they kind of try to work with you to figure out the best themes, things for you to design in, or is it just kind of, here, we need someone on this theme, start working on it?
Yeah, they definitely look at what, like, I think you're saying it a little backwards, because a theme will go out to hire someone, and then they'll look for the people that would best fit with the type of work that they have to do.
Okay.
So when I got hired, it was the creator team looking to hire someone. And
so they don't hire a designer and then place them. The department hires the designer for the department.
Yeah, and it goes both ways a little bit, but it's more that the departments are hiring the designer specifically to that department. And once you're here, people do move around quite a bit. The team, when I started on Creator to now, it's a totally different set of people. There's of the people that were working there.
It's not like a bad thing. It's like that's just like a natural kind of.
No, it's a cool thing, I think, to get to move around and, say, work on Ninjago, or work on Friends, or work on Star Wars, or do a model for Technic, instead of just, there was sometimes you can find that things could get repetitive, like, okay, we're going to do the next $10 creator car. We just did one last year. You can get stuck into a rut sometimes of, okay, I feel like I did a very similar model not that long ago. And some people could see that as a challenge of, okay, how am I gonna make this thing that seems very similar to what I did before extremely different? Which can be a good challenge, but at the same time it can also be a little bit repetitive.
But you're not siloed, I guess, right? That's the important part.
Correct. And there is a little bit in terms of, like, to be a designer in Construction, for example, in Bionicle, is very different than being a designer in Duplo. So it would be fairly uncommon to see someone move from the Duplo team to the Technic team.
Are there people that do interlope like that?
Yeah, but I don't know that I've seen someone go from Duplo to Technic. That's a pretty extreme example. But there's a lot of moving around between projects. So
I just finished up the first section here, Matthew. How are you looking?
I'm good. I think I need to add in one more piece, and then I'm actually completely gold.
Awesome. So then we'll start on the second set here.
Yeehaw.
Thanks for waiting around for us, Mike. You know,
I think I'm just gonna run. No problem. I'm gonna run and grab a cup of water. If that's okay. I'll just be 2 minutes.
Heck yeah.
But feel free to keep building. I will catch up.
Okay.
I'm sure you can. All right, and at this time, we're getting ready to transition into bag 2 of set 10248, Ferrari F40.
That's right. So moving into new sections here. So how would you rate the build overall so far, Matthew? You enjoying it?
So I confess to not. I guess I'm not like a big car like builder.
I'm right there with you. Yeah. So
I can say like the Ghostbusters set, the Back to the Future set, a couple odd creator sets, but like as far as like the complexity and the awesomeness of everything that's like when it goes together, the geometry is just so slick, and there are these really awesome like insets on the side of the kind of car. It's just it is a really a remarkable build and like a truly next level, I guess is the way to describe it.
yeah, the doors you were showing there that we got open up and everything. So those are really cool. The way that's one of my favorite parts of the design there, I think.
Yeah, it is amazing. In every single way you could ever imagine. Now, Josh, are we getting any comments where this is going live?
There are some live viewers. Haven't gotten a ton of comments. Let's see. We've had several people watching live throughout those. So shout out to everyone who's live right now. Feel free to leave a comment, and we will, if you have a question or something, we will do our best to get that answered. So we have 7 live viewers right now. We've had 7, 8 live viewers throughout it. So feel free to ask a question.
Definitely. I guess if you have a question, yeah, throw it out there. All right.
So Mike is back, refreshed, ready for part 2.
Let's roll. Going back to the whole.
What was that?
I was just gonna say, going back to the whole talking about whether you should do a video podcast or an audio podcast. I think the one thing that really jarred me with the start of the video ones is this whole thing with the Google Hangouts where they switch the window switches between who's talking.
Yeah, it can be. That's why I've actually, as we've been doing this here, I've kept it so that your windows has just been showing most of the time, so it's not constantly switching back and forth when you talk. So for people watching, you know, it isn't always switching back and forth. So yeah, that is true though. It can be, if you're constantly back and forth, then it can be a little jarring.
You can get seasick pretty quickly. It's like, you know, oh yeah.
So have either of you built either the Mini Cooper or the camper van before this?
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, I have not, unfortunately.
I believe Joshua's brother John is working intrepidly on building the camper van.
Yes, John, my brother, who does all the, if you've seen any of our convention videos, he does like the video and editing work for us when we travel to conventions. he actually won the camper van at Brickworld Chicago. He won it in one of the raffles, so he's actually working on building that.
Okay, cool. So are you? So I guess either you're not really are you like? How do I phrase this?
Are we real fans?
You don't follow this line of cars that closely, then I would say. Or you can't afford it. I don't know.
Yeah, if you can't afford it is more.
Yeah, having a college budget for LEGO sets kind of dictate how much I.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I remember what that was like. Like when I graduated from college and I started working, and I was living by myself, or I was living with a roommate. I didn't have very much rent. I had like no expenses, and I was going to. I think on Tuesdays would be the day that most stores stock new Lego, and so like every Tuesday I was driving Walmart, Target, Toys R Us, like looking for what are the new items on sale and just buying. I bought so much Lego that first probably 6 months. Like if there was something on sale, I would just buy it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm talking about.
It's nice you can do that.
I have some vehicles. You know, I just pulled out my vehicle box.
Oh, nice.
Indiana Jones, you know.
Oh, that's a classic.
Yeah, that Indiana Jones car is awesome. I always like that.
Racers. You can't go wrong with racers. These little kind of blister.
Oh, yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
I have some Ferrari stuff in here for some reason. That's appropriate.
Yes. You have the
Ferrari pit stop set.
Oh, cool.
I don't know, but yeah. So I have some cars around. I don't know. I wish I had enough. Yeah, I would totally just like. I think when I do get my first real job, and hopefully I'm not obligated financially otherwise, I will totally go to the Lego store and like buy every $100 Lego set like as it comes out.
Multiple copies.
Multiple copies, you know, one for later, one for now.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing is that when I graduated from school and started working, that's when I moved to New Hampshire, southern New Hampshire, which was like half an hour drive. So Boston is like the hub of Lego stores. There are 4 Lego stores all just outside of Boston. I don't know why it's so heavy on Lego stores, but it was amazing. And so the Burlington store was about a half an hour from where I live, and I just went there way too often.
I can totally see that. I think Boston has the benefit of having lots of, I guess you could call them high earners, maybe? Or like maybe Lego's target demographic, and they just, you know, why not put a bunch of Lego stores?
Yeah. Well, in the Lego headquarters, it's not so far away in Connecticut. So
that's true too. I thought it was funny that they didn't have a store in Connecticut itself until very recently.
Yeah, I think I'd seen that comment other places before. That it's weird that you would think there'd be at least somewhere for people to go and buy Lego at the headquarters or something to go just as like a sightseeing thing. But I guess it's not really an interesting place to see if you can't get a tour of the inside.
That's true. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't want public in there, maybe just to turn it into like a tourist destination or something.
So in this bag we have the other new part that we made for the set, which is this rim insert.
Okay.
I hope you have 4 of them. and this we're talking about when we make elements, do we think through how they interact with each other, etc. So with this one, if you look at it, it actually has a regular tube side and then a stud on the top, and the way it stays in the rim is actually the friction on this outer part here grabs on to the inside of the inner hole on the rim. So instead of traditionally we would use like a cross-axle connection, and I think, yeah, I have a prototype that's a cross-axle connection, but we thought it'd just be a more interesting building element if it was just a stud. And so now I probably should have checked this before I said anything. It should be 2 plates tall when you stack it. So if you were to, yeah, okay, good. And then, for example, you see like there are all these little divots. They're like, I think they're representing nuts. If you see like when you build out from that center stud, anything you build out is actually just higher than all those little dots, so that you won't interfere with them.
Okay.
So we try to put a little bit of thought at least into the elements and how they'll work.
Makes sense. So what does your wife think of, have you gotten her to, if she build it all?
No. No, actually, I had her build, she built the Mini Cooper. Or she built most of the Mini Cooper. And we'll usually build the Christmas set.
Oh, okay.
Each year.
Very nice.
But she, I don't want to say anything bad about her, so I should probably just be quiet. But,
honey?
No, she like when she's building Lego, she wants to finish. You know, she doesn't really enjoy the time spent building. She likes to see the final result.
Okay, yeah.
So she enjoys those moments where you're building something and then you put it on the model and you realize, oh, that was the windshield. So those moments where you feel like you complete something she really enjoys, but she's much more interested in the resulting model than in getting there.
So
but she's also
assemble the subcomponents and then just hand her all the subcomponents and then.
No, usually what happens is I will force her to build something, and she'll get going, and then she'll get to a point where she's had enough, understandably, because we usually start at like 8:30 at night or something stupid. But then because she started, she wants it to be finished. So then I have to come along after her and finish the model.
But then again, maybe that's a good thing, because if it was like you were both feeding off each other and then there was just like more and more and more, then it would just be like this, you know?
Yeah, that would be, we would end up with way too much Lego. We already have more boxes of Lego than I know what to do with, so.
Is that a common thing in Billund?
Definitely among us and designers. Like, because I'll go to the shop, the employee shop, and I'll just start buying things, because in the moment I'm like, oh, that's a really cool set. You know, as a fan, I'm looking at it thinking, oh, that's a really cool set. Sometimes even it'll be, oh, I really want that part.
Yeah.
Not thinking about the fact that I have an unlimited supply of it here at work. Like, oh, I really want that set. I really want to build it. And then
it's like one of Willy Wonka, a chocolate factory, one of the workers like going to the candy shop down the street and saying, "Oh, I want to try this one and this one."
yeah, yeah. But then I'll buy the set and I'll get home with it, and I'll think, I should have built this. So there's gonna be someone like either I'm gonna have a child one day who wants to build it, or there'll be someone that, you know, let's say for example I buy a Harry Potter set. I'm gonna meet someone who's like super into Harry Potter, and I could give that set to them and it'd be like the coolest thing ever. Or I could build it now and entertain myself for an hour and then forget about it. So
that's sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's like a really interesting point. Like really, like sets that you would like to give away and all that kind of stuff. Like, are there what is like? I would imagine like it's really easy to like give Lego to people like that are also working for Lego, and maybe it wouldn't have as much value to them per se because it's like readily available to them. Is there an element of that?
Yeah, but I would say that like there's actually a decent amount of trading between people that's going on here, and it's because it's the stuff that you can't buy anymore. Because we've had designers working here for 30 years or whatever, that they'll have stockpiles of all these old sets that they got at various times, and then a new guy like me will come along, and someone will say, "Oh, by the way, I have the City Spaceport shuttle from 1994 or whatever, sealed in the box at home, just because I just kept it, because what else was I going to do with it?" And that example itself hasn't happened. Otherwise, I would have found a way to get my hands on that set. But it's things like that where I think once you've been here long enough, like you don't, as a fan, we see so much value in an open Lego set, whereas as a Lego designer, like as a professional, it's almost like, oh well, it's just the product that we design.
Yeah.
There's not nearly as much of the nostalgia connected with it.
Would you say most designers were kind of big Lego fans before they joined, or is it not usually the case?
I would say that is far more rare than I expected. I thought when I started, like, oh, like everyone is going to be from a fan background, but there are very few. When you think about that number that I said of like 200 designers,
yeah,
I don't think there are more than. I'm bad with guessing numbers, but I would be hard pressed to find more than 25 or 30 people that would have considered themselves Lego fans before they started working here.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting that it would be that low.
Well, it's because building a cool Lego model is a very small part of the job. You know, like it being cool it's important, but it's just as important that you're finished on time with the model, that your model is built for the correct price, that model is built for the correct complexity for whatever age it's designed for. So, like, and that's where I would say the main skill that I brought in as a fan was I know how to build cool things. You know, and that's the only actual design skill that I had. So it's also valuable to Lego to hire people that instead of instead of being a fan and really knowing how to build, just have a lot of design, like have been to design school or have design experience designing other toys. Because at the end of the day, it is a Lego model, but it's also a toy for children. So you need to think about, what is the play experience of this going to be? How am I going to make it appeal to kids? And you know, I may be able to build what I think is cool, but if I don't know what kids think is cool, me building what I think is cool is worthless. You know?
Yeah.
So it's much more valuable to have a designer that knows what kids or what our consumers think is cool, and is sort of good at translating that into Lego, versus someone who is really good at translating things to Lego but has no idea what are the cool things for kids, for consumers to build.
So what would you say is the easiest skill to like train from? Assuming that no one is good at all of that coming in, would you say it's easier to train a cool like builder to make stuff cool for kids and within a budget, or like a good designer to do what like who's never touched Lego before? Like, what would be your opinion there?
I've seen people excel here coming from both backgrounds. I think it's not. I don't think it has to do with your background. I think it has everything to do with your personality and your willingness to work as part of a team and to take feedback and to use that feedback to grow. So I don't think it's. Yeah, I don't think either one is necessarily preparing you better for the job. I think such a big part of it is just your personality and how you're going to fit in with the team.
You as a person?
Yeah. Which is what I tell people when they ask me what they should do to get a job. I say, just be cool. build nice Lego models, sure, but also just be cool.
Be cool, man. Be cool.
It's just that simple.
Yeah. But not. I don't mean cool like. I think you understand what I mean when I say cool. Like,
yeah.
Chill out. All right.
Exactly. Is there an element to like? I've been in a lot of I don't know, like art classes or like something where like there's a lot of like people that can very easily take criticism or critique of their creation as like a personal slight, you know? Would you say there's an element of overcoming that for some people?
Yeah. I think for me that was part of it as well. Like, you have to understand that people aren't like they're not attacking you or your model. They're trying to make it better. You know, and I think coming from the fan community, I'm not trying to bash the fan community at all, but I feel like probably some of the negative comments that you'll receive on a model from other fans are not going to be because they're trying to be constructive and make the model better, you know?
Yeah.
Right. So as a fan, you're tuned to like, oh, negative feedback is bad. You know, if people are saying stuff about my model, it's because they're mean or because they're jealous or whatever, and that's not the reason that people are doing it here. You know, they're giving you feedback because they want to make the model better, so that it performs better.
It's like we just want to make awesome stuff kind of sentiment. You know, like we're all in this together.
Yeah, and so that's what I'd say is the main thing, is that it's really like designing at LEGO really is a team thing. You're not like on your own. I mean, this model is a good example. Like I was saying, I didn't start this model. It was my coworker Morton who built the first sketches of it, and then it was hard for him to say, okay, duty calls, they need me more on this project, even though I really want to get to do this Ferrari model. It's a big thing for him to be able to step away and say, okay, this is what's best for our department, this is what's best for the company. is for me to go do that thing instead of stay on this project that I really want to get to work on.
Yeah.
So it's being able to do that, and you know, when someone asks you to step away from something or step into something, being able to do that without getting too emotionally attached to what you're working on is really difficult, or is really, it's an important skill.
Yeah. That is
That
pretty.
makes sense, because obviously you've invested some of your, your time, creative talent thinking into this. I imagine it can be difficult to just let that go for someone else to take over.
Yeah, you know, they're gonna screw up my model. They're gonna screw it up if they do it.
I gotta do it, man. I gotta make sure it's perfect.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, the other thing is being able to take someone else's model and, like, for me, there's a strong urge if I inherit a model from someone else, like, okay, I'm starting from scratch. I'm gonna make this all mine. You know, I gotta totally own this thing. And that's really not the most efficient way to get things done. If every time a model switches hands, starting over totally from zero, you're wasting so much effort. So
Yeah.
if you want to work like crazy, I guess you could do that. But you need to be able to say, okay, the person before me, they did really good work, and I'm gonna try to preserve as much of that as I can, so that I'm not doing like double work.
Yeah. When Marcos presented at Brickford, Virginia, which was a wonderful presentation, by the way, he like a lot of the people in the crowd were left thinking, and I remember the people sitting immediately around me were all sharing like, oh my gosh, like the element of like being creative on demand or something like that. Like I guess they were just trying to say like I don't think that they could cut it. They wouldn't cut it, you know, like they couldn't just like flow like creativity like that.
Uh-huh.
Do you ever feel like there's an element to that? Like, I think some people, I think I might be one of those, where it's like, for me to get into a mind space, like for where I'm ready to kind of create and just like innovate, it's like a little bit more difficult than I think some people are able to just kind of be there, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, my solution to that is that I go for volume. So instead of like being able to sit and think like, okay, here's a really creative solution to this problem, I'll build 10 solutions, and I'm sure one of them will be good.
Okay. I like that. And so it's like just kind of throw it out, and then
Yeah,
like, you know,
yeah, just like if you just try enough times, you're bound to hit it on one of them.
yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that then. It's almost like the 10,000 hour rule or something like that, you know, or you just keep working at it and working at it, and something happens.
Yeah, I'd say that's what it is, for me at least. And that's where I think I mentioned earlier, like with maybe I was just talking to you, Joshua, about this. Like some designers, they will build one version of a model because they do it so, like, they know exactly what they're doing from the start, and so they just lay everything down and it's right from the very beginning. Whereas for me, like my first sketch model, you could never put that into production. Because I just like get it out as fast as possible, get the shape, get an idea of the size and maybe some functions, and hopefully it's somewhat held together, and we'll go from there on to the next one. So yeah, you see some people that people turn to me and they'll say, "Wow, it's amazing how quickly you can build something," and I look at them and I'm like, I'm amazed that you can just build one version of something and it's already perfect.
So I just finished the engine here. It's looking good. How about you, Matthew?
I think I am one page away.
Okay.
Somehow that is Joshua. You are faster than me today.
I don't know how.
I've just been. I'm trying to really enjoy the process here, and that's a really great excuse for saying I'm just kind of slow today for some reason.
Yeah,
That's a good sounding excuse.
Yep. But it is a very I love the sub-assemblies and
yeah.
a good time.
Well, I would say bag 2 is definitely the more interesting bag on this model.
Yeah.
I think in bag 1, my favorite parts on that are those angled sections, and then also just the angle of the windscreen.
Is there a strategy to how you break it up into part 1 and part 2? Is there big, or is it just kind of like half and half with the pieces, or?
Well, there's a couple things. Is you want to make sure that it's essentially the same number of elements in both bags, just so that when it gets packed in the factory, they have these lines and packing machines. There's a finite number of machines that you have on a packing line. So if you had 700 elements in a bag, now all of a sudden it's going to take 2 lines to pack that instead of 1.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an efficiency in how the packing machines are used, and then you also have to think about not so much in a set like this because it's targeted at a much higher age group, but you have to think about, okay, here's a good example. Like, I used this piece, and I used this piece. I should probably have those in separate bags because they're so similar, and people are going to mix them up.
Yeah.
Now, on this model, it's a 14+ model, so we feel like it's okay to assume that a 14-year-old is going to be able to distinguish these elements. But if this was for a 6 or a 7-year-old, then this would be too confusing to have in the same bag.
Oh my God, that would be
What is what?
Yeah. Oh my God, all these parts, Mom, can you do it?
Do you get much feedback from kids on the models you design? They like bring them in and build it to see what the build process is like and stuff?
We don't do that for every set, but we do have some building tests where kids will actually come in and build them. And it's not so much that they're giving feedback as we're just sitting there watching them and seeing what mistakes they make as they build. But then we also do get a lot of feedback just from surveys and other surveys that we do, like on Lego.com. I think, sometimes you'll be shopping on there and it says, like, would you like to fill out a consumer survey? So from stuff like that we get information, and then also like just looking at different reviews that people make of the stuff, and we'll also have tests where we just let kids play with the models. So we'll bring in the built model and we'll put it down in front of them and say, here, play, and then we see how it breaks or what things they find interesting.
Yeah.
I remember trying to think if I should say this. No, I probably shouldn't. I'm going to err on the side of caution for not saying what I'm about to say.
Never mind.
But I'll say it generically. There was one example in a kids test where I built a model that I was really proud of the attention to detail and what it was, and I thought, oh, the kids are going to love playing with this thing. It's got all the features and functions, and they take it and they just like, there was a part that's an engine, and they just take that part off, and they're like putting it on a dinosaur. They're like, check it out, it's a rocket dinosaur now. Like, no, you guys don't understand. That's the cool model over there. It's already done. Why are you taking it apart?
Get with the game here, okay?
Yeah.
And they like blew a massive hole in your whole like scheme.
What?
They just like blew a hole in your whole scheme, right?
Yeah. I was pretty confident that was going to be a cool model, but it didn't think otherwise.
That is too funny. So what do you think of this format thus far? Are you enjoying this?
Or do you want to hang up right now?
Yeah.
Well, if I was paying more attention to the screen and having to watch the video this whole time, then I would be hanging up, you know?
Exactly. Exactly.
No, I actually, it's pretty cool. I've been enjoying myself.
I think
generally when I build a Lego set, I'm so focused on building it, and I'm usually, you know, I'm looking for mistakes. I'm looking for, oh, did they use too advanced of a technique in this model for the age? Did they use a part illegally? And I'm just like a hawk there building it, looking for this stuff. So it's nice to just sit back and kind of enjoy it, and not. And you know, I mean, I designed the model, so of course there's not going to be any flaws.
there's nothing wrong with it at all. How could there be anything wrong with it?
How could there be a problem?
You start out with a perfect model, it helps.
Yeah.
You're getting high on your own supply right now.
Well, I'm the only one here, you know.
So how was your summer vacation? You said you went to the United States?
Yeah, it was good. So that is one thing that's been pretty cool about living in Europe. You get about 6 weeks of holiday to spend each year.
That is
so
awesome.
I actually think it's too much. You know, I'm a real American. I should be spending more time at work.
You're work guys at work.
It's actually kind of funny thing with my wife, because she'll be like, "Hey, don't you have more vacation time to take?" And I want to say, "No. I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work this week. Sorry, I can't take any more time off."
Is that like a common, like the Americans at the company? They're like, you know, like, "Oh, guys, can we go out to work today?"
I don't think so, and it's not because I'm a workaholic. It's just because I'm working at LEGO, you know.
Yeah.
Like I was not doing that at my old job.
The one you had to walk through the maze to find your office.
Yeah. That one I was happy when it was a weekend.
Totally.
But it was a good summer vacation. I got to meet up with the guys from LEGO when I was in New England. So we just travel around and see our families. So
very nice. So shouts out to Tom Atkinson?
Tom Atkinson.
Dave Guan?
I didn't see Dave Guan this trip, but shout out to Dave Guan.
Heck yeah.
Tom Atkinson, Dave Guan, Mike Ripley, Tom Dobson. Oh gosh. Now I'm gonna make people angry with me because I'm not saying their names. Yeah, Suzanne Eaton.
Eaton, yes.
Suzanne and Dave Eaton.
Yep.
John and Linda Dallas. How many E-Lug names can I remember now?
We were fortunate enough to work in New England this year, so we had a great time sort of spending time with all of those guys up there.
Yeah, we made it there.
Yeah, it's
the first time for us this year, so that was cool.
Okay. that club it's just got so much history that like every time we would have a meeting, the stories that they would tell about all the things they got to do are just amazing. Of course, it always made me a little jealous. Like, man, I wish they would always talk about this tent sale that happened.
Oh,
Have you heard about it?
heck yeah! I've seen photos of it. It's like crazy. It's like
Yeah, it was
Enfield,
like-
so like Enfield used to be a wholly integrated operation because they would do molding there, they would do fulfillment for shop at home there, they would do like some warehousing activity there, and so I guess they had a lot of damaged box. But maybe you elaborate.
Well, it wasn't so. I don't think it was so much damaged box as it was. They were just products that weren't selling. This was back in like 2004 or 2003, something like that, when LEGO was really having a hard time.
Yeah.
And so they just had so much inventory that they had nothing to. I guess they couldn't sell it, and they needed to get rid of it. So they had this tent sale, and they were just selling LEGO for insanely cheap prices. Like a $50 box would cost like $2.
Oh my god!
Like maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but it was just. Jamie still talks about it here. Now he's been working in Denmark with an unlimited supply of LEGO for nearly 10 years, and he's still going on about the tent sale.
I take it it's never been repeated.
No, I think that was a one-time thing.
Another really cool project that they did was we were able to visit it when we went to Brexit, New England, was the Milliard project there.
Yeah, that's. I lived just about a half hour south of Manchester when I was in New Hampshire, and I remember seeing pictures of that project online before, like back when they were originally building it, and I just thought, well, this thing is incredible, and I never dreamed that one day I would actually go there and see it in real life. So getting to see, I got to see that. It was pretty cool. Yeah, it's amazing how, like, you see it in the pictures and you think it's big, and then you see it in real life and you realize how huge it is.
Yeah, it was insane.
Crazy.
How you first see it.
It's mind-bendingly massive.
I will admit, there are a lot of buildings that I would not have enjoyed working on in that layout. But
No, too repetitive, or
a bit
Yeah.
repetitive.
yeah, like a room-sized brown building with the same width window. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be fun to do it for a little while though, and just like have this huge stock of LEGO.
Yeah. Have you heard the Jamie Berard Kell private jet story?
No, I don't think so.
When we said that we went immediately after getting back, they shared this story with us. Or if someone actually on the video we posted, there's also a comment left, I think, that might have alluded to it as well. But they said that Jamie was hired to work at LEGO midway through building the Milliard project, and so when they announced that they were going to open it, Jamie said that he had a couple of models that he wanted to put on the layout. And since Kell was flying over on his private jet from Billund to Manchester, Jamie just passed off the models that he wanted to go on the layout on the jet before they took off. And so the guys from Nilug drove to the airport and met Kell at his jet and unloaded Jamie's, it was like a roller coaster, I think, or something to that effect.
I have heard that he built a roller coaster for it, but I either have forgotten or I wasn't aware of the circumstances of it getting there. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think that's 100% facts. Now, I don't even know if we should share that.
It sounds very reasonable.
Yes. I just think that is amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I want to fly on the private jet.
When did you get your trip on the private jet?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so just get involved with something that needs to get sent to America, and when Cal makes the trip, just be like, oh, well, I guess I'll just put it in the cargo hold. Is that okay?
I guess there's no other option. It just has to be the private jet.
Yeah. Guys, get the jet.
Maybe that'll come right after your Ferrari ride.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He can fly me in the jet to his Ferrari.
Do you, have you, there was like an inside tour set from a couple of years ago, and it was a Ferrari build. Or it was like a real sports car. And so the legend is that it's based off of a set that was like a model team kind of set from a long time ago.
Yes, that's true.
Held as one of the designers of it, or like he contributed to it in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. So, well, that was well before I was working here. But I've seen that. I've seen that product, and I know that he was involved in the development of it. But I don't quite know to what extent that was. He worked with a designer named Steve C. Anderson, who's he's been here, I think, at least 25 years, if not longer, and it's just, like, he's just a legend. When he starts to talk about all the sets he worked on, and you think, oh man, I'm working with this guy now.
That's awesome.
Like, it was a huge part of my childhood, and I had no idea who he was. And now I'm sitting at the desk next to him, watching him build a model.
It's like being a fan of Hollywood movies or something, and then working on a film set, and then suddenly you're dealing with like Tom Cruise and stuff. Like same feeling.
Well, I've never done that.
Yeah.
But I would imagine.
What you're talking about, right?
I would imagine it's the same.
That's wild. So talk about food and building.
Food. Oh. We just opened. Well, LEGO just opened a brand new canteen here, right next to our building. It's been under construction for the past year.
Really?
Which is nice because they've had traditionally a more traditional Danish food to eat, which is like you know what black bread is?
That sounds about right. It's like a darker kind of rye wheat, or what?
Yeah, it's like if you took a bunch of seeds and grains and you just put them in a press them all together, and called it a bread. That's a staple of the Danish diet, and I will never grow to. I don't mind it, but I will never grow to enjoy eating that.
It doesn't sound very, I don't know, maybe it's one of those things you have to grow up eating it or something to find it. I don't know.
I think so. I think it is one of the things you need to grow up eating. It's the same with, have you ever tried, the thing that is the most jarring for me here, though, with food is the candy. The candy is not up to par. Have you ever tried, like, real licorice?
Yeah.
So, like, when I was in the U.S., I thought licorice meant, like, Twizzlers.
Not quite.
Like, have you tried salty licorice?
I don't know. What, salty licorice, did you say?
Yeah, it's not sweet.
No, I don't think I've had that.
Okay. Well, the Danes love this stuff. And, I actually, the first time that I ever had it, my father-in-law gave it to me. He's German. And he just said, oh, Mike, would you, I don't know, we were driving somewhere, and he just had this bag of licorice with him.
Well, hey, Kevin, how's it going? Well, Kevin Hinkle's on the phone.
Oh, my goodness.
So, Kevin, I'm building a LEGO with a guy named Dylan.
Kevin! I can't understand him.
It's a wonderful situation, Kevin. That's all I can say.
It really is a wonderful situation.
Is Kim still in? Is Kim still in Enfield? I heard Tormund. Oh, really? Are you on? Is Tormund there too? I saw Tormund flew in the other day. Oh, so you guys are gathered around in Enfield watching this right now, you said, Kevin?
That's awesome.
All 750 people in Enfield are watching this on a projection right now? Kevin, that's ridiculous.
Kevin.
Oh, or just you and
Kevin. Hey, tell Kevin I'm angry that he's calling you on your personal cell phone. He's never called me.
We'll do our best, Kevin. It's a pleasure talking to you, and say thank you to Kim and your colleagues for helping facilitate this in any way, shape, or form. All right, Mike, Kevin says hi.
Hi, Kevin.
All right, Kevin. I could put you on FaceTime, or you could just join in. Do you want to just join in with you and Kim?
Here, Kevin, join in.
Join in.
Yeah.
Join in. Break out a copy of the Ferrari.
Oh,
Get
really?
building.
Yeah. All right, go get a copy and just start building it. That's what Mike said. All right. All right. Well, stay safe, Kevin. It's a pleasure hearing from you. Thank you for calling me. I appreciate it. All right. Bye, Kevin.
Yeah, you know, Kevin just casually calls us up every once in a while. You know,
Are you kidding? Kevin never calls me casually. He never calls me at all.
Well,
Wait,
that's nice. It's always nice to hear from the Hinkle.
Yeah.
He seriously just called you up out of the blue?
Yeah, I heard my phone ringing, and I thought it was someone else, and I was like, oh, I can't believe this is going to be so awkward. I have to go get the phone. And then, lo and behold, it's Kevin.
I'm amazed that he has your phone number.
It's a wonderful situation, Mike.
Yeah, you guys are connected.
So Kim is in Enfield right now, and I
I
guess
love that. Did you see that photo that Kevin put on Facebook of their Western photo?
That's awesome.
that was so great.
I did not see it.
Dave Guan commented on Facebook and said he's enjoying the stream.
Uh-oh. I hope.
Luckily, you remember to give
Dave. Dave, I'm sorry that I hesitated when I listed your name. You know we're good, Dave. Right?
Yeah. So are you in a conference room right now, Mike?
I am.
I was going to say, it's a very nice white table. I like it.
Oh, thank you. I actually don't like it because it doesn't have straight edges.
Oh, really?
It's like curving this way. So it's hard to make the video look professional because it must look kind of to you like something is at a funky angle, you know, like is this line not level? Is this line not level? Am I sitting at a weird angle the whole time, you know?
It looks pretty good.
Just make the edge straight.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's one of these video conference rooms, and so you have like the TV and the camera at one end of the room, and you want the table to get wider so that everyone at the table can see the camera and the TV.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be like conversational or something?
I'd hope that's the reason, but
very nice. So how do you feel about the LEGO house?
I'm very excited to see what it looks like and what's
Do you know when
inside
it'll be open?
2017?
Nope. Sounds good. 2017. I don't know that much. It's there's a group here at LEGO that is working on the LEGO house, but it's somewhat separate from the regular design department. So we get some updates every now and then of what they're working on for it, but I really don't know that much about it. It's cool though to go by and see them building this thing in the center of town. It's a massive building, so you guys will have to come over and see it sometime.
Yeah, I'd like to. It'd be cool.
Totally. Yeah, we need to do a Billin special, you know, where we just go to Bill and spend a week, you know, get like 600
Yeah.
videos.
Oh, you could make it like you could kind of make it like that show Cribs, you know, like here's the lobby of LEGO in Denmark, and have one of those weird cuts where the camera goes like, and then we'll go to the refrigerator and we'll open it up and be like, see, no sugar.
It's
That's the hard-hitting stuff people want to see. You know, the refrigerator, the bathrooms, trash cans.
Yeah.
We enjoy talking about trash cans when we can.
The trash cans are not that interesting. The kitchens are interesting. I brought in a cake to work once because you need to bring cake for various situations like anniversaries or like work anniversaries or birthdays or whatever. And I brought in a cake once and we didn't eat the whole thing. So I left it in the carrier, in the refrigerator, and the whole thing got thrown out.
No love.
Yeah.
That's just sad.
Now, in all honesty, I may have left it there longer than I should have. I don't remember exactly how long it was. But still, at least don't throw out the carrier.
Yeah, that's kind of like, really, man?
Or someone stole it. Oh, man.
Oh!
Someone just jacked the whole thing wholesale?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with that.
That sounds
That
better.
sounds good to me. Yeah, this is definitely a more interesting bag or like section.
Here's the...
Yeah, bag one is really getting that base built up, which is a lot about the strength of the car, and now we can do all of the fun parts. I already have I don't know if I'm going quite in the right order, but I already have the cover somewhat attached to the car here for the engine.
Okay. I think I'm getting there.
I shouldn't have put these pieces on yet. Don't do that. Follow the instructions.
Yes.
That's simple.
Yes, master.
What do you guys think of this? Maybe you didn't even notice it. Maybe you've seen it in other sets, but have you noticed the outline on the bricks in the building instructions?
Yes, I did. I thought that was interesting. Yeah.
That's a nice touch.
You're finding it helpful?
I would say so.
I think at least
reinforces what pieces are new.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in the earlier stages of the car, especially where you're like keeping on adding individual pieces to the chassis, it really makes it a lot easier to see what you're putting where.
And it cuts down the whole the building like analyzing what changes from picture to picture used to be like the big time stuff, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, actually that's something that I've been thinking about a lot is that if you look at building instructions from 15 years ago or so, there were very few steps. And so the number of times that you needed to do that, you know, the number of times you needed to analyze a picture and figure out what's new was fewer. Granted, more things changed between the pictures, but that process of trying to decide what's been added happened a fewer number of times. So I would like to know which is better, because it's not totally clear to me. And especially now that you can add this outline and make it super easy to see what's added, maybe it makes more sense to just have tons of pieces in one step.
Yeah, almost. Like you could, it sort of changes the I guess, I don't know, like the process or something, if you can do that much more, because it's like a new, like, it's encoding more information inside of a diagram than there previously was there.
Yes. That's a very advanced way of describing it. I like that.
Yeah. I've read these, like, there's like these academics, you know, and they're all, like, their whole area of research is like instruction manual, like how you put them together or whatever, or like it's like almost the pedagogy of like teaching, like in the same way as like the pedagogy of instruction manuals, or like the methodology. And so that, like, Lego and like IKEA, very effective at sort of conveying a lot non-verbally, you know. So I don't know. When you think about it, it's really a complex, like, series of, you know, like this, and it's all schematic based. I don't know. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, well, that's why we really have to give a lot of credit to the guys and girls that do all the building instructions development for us, because it is a tricky thing to figure out when you can't have any words, and you have to be, like, for example, there are times when you need to put something together, and like the way that you know it's together is partially you hear it snap, right?
Yeah.
Which when you're building it in a room with other people, it's easy to see someone else have that snap experience, and then you're like, yeah, I get it, what I need to do. But how do you communicate that in a picture?
Totally.
Especially when you have to have it in a pieces. I think sometimes we've actually written that word, like snap, but we have to have it in so many languages that it just makes it more confusing.
That's why you just have the angle bubble.
Yeah.
Like,
Maybe it's click. Maybe it's not snap. I forget what the sound effect was. Yeah, I think it's click. I don't know.
Have you seen there's a YouTube channel where the guy, it's like stop motion builds of the sets, but they're like they're like tweened. So it's
like Brick Builder, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got back to telling you what Lego channels I do watch.
Was that one of them?
I don't watch all of his, but I've watched some of them, and those are really nice videos. It's such a great, like, you see one of those and you're like, all right, I don't need to, or at least I feel I don't need to build the set now. I know exactly how it's done.
Yeah, and hopefully that's not the sentiment for Lego's sake, but
yeah,
it's almost like it's like watching the grass being mowed, you know, or like, you know, when you're mowing the grass. Like, at least for me, it's like, you know, it's just that, like, you're improving it, you know, and it's like like something's changing. And so, like, to see that it's like going together, like and it's just like there's no hands in the way. It's just like it's just like coming from nothing, and just creating itself.
Those are really great videos.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it takes to make one of those.
I always wonder how he even, like, what technology he's using to do it.
I have no idea.
Maybe we need to interview him.
Maybe.
That's a good idea. Then maybe Mike can watch that one.
Yes, I'll watch it, as long as you do it in the style of his videos.
Easier said than done.
Yeah. The interview will be describing his process, using his process.
We'll have, like, just a series of animations of us speaking.
Yeah. But I like to watch I mostly what I watch on YouTube is people's reviews of Lego sets, because that's what I find interesting. Because I have my opinion of what I think of the set, but it's nice to hear just other opinions, and especially like, if it's a channel that thousands and thousands of people are watching this, then that opinion that they have of the set really counts a lot, because millions of people are listening to that opinion. So I watched some of the reviews that like the Brick Show guys do. And
The Brick Show.
The Brick Show. For the longest time, I didn't realize that it was two different guys. That's how observant I am. I was just thinking, it's amazing how like different he looks in every video. Like he's cutting his hair and growing it back.
That's a lot of attention to detail.
He really changes it up.
Yeah. But didn't you guys do a podcast with them?
We did, yeah.
Yes.
Back when we did the audio. We did.
Yeah. Then I listened to that one because I was trying to remember where it was. Yeah, I listened to that podcast, and I think that's when I realized that it was two different guys.
Well, I'm glad we were able to enlighten you.
That's why we did the interview.
Yeah. You enlightened me. But I also like to watch Jang Brick's reviews.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a lot of reviews.
I think it's like literally his full-time gig.
Yeah, I wonder that sometimes. I have no idea how much revenue he's able to make from that. He's able to do it as a full-time job.
Are you a stop-motion fan at all? Do you ever watch any stop-motion videos?
Oh, yeah, like the Brotherhood Workshop.
Yeah, like that type of thing.
Yeah. I haven't watched a lot of the stop-motion Lego stuff. I think I've watched most of I think they're called the Brotherhood Workshop, right? Something like that. There's definitely Brotherhood and Workshop in the title.
They're kind of one of the premier. Yeah, they put out some really great work.
I think the thing is, there's like some of the videos look so amazing, and then some are not quite as amazing.
That's a good way of putting it.
And so, yeah, I don't watch that many of the Lego stop motion stuff, but it is really cool. And I remember when I was probably 12 or 11, I remember my parents got a computer that came with a webcam. And this is the first digital camera I'd ever seen. And understanding, like, we can use it to take pictures of things and put them on the computer. Whoa. So I say we, but I mean I remember trying to make so many different stop motion. I wish I could find some of those videos. I wonder if my parents love that computer, because they were so bad. It would be like lightsaber fights mainly, or like I had some like cave troll that I built, and then I'd have that walk across the screen. Stuff like that, like really, really simple. I wasted so many hours doing that.
I feel like lightsaber fights are like a staple of old like stop motion videos. Like every
yeah,
time
well, because the guy's got the lightsaber, and so it's really, because it's a regular 3.2 shaft, you can like stick the lightsaber blade into things to make him flip around. Like okay. I'm talking about very low fidelity stop motion that I was doing. The only way that, like, there's no green screening anything or erasing things from shots. It's just, what can you physically do? That's what I'm gonna show.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a point 2.2 megapixel webcam or whatever that I'm using to do this. And then it was like using Windows Movie Maker, and the only way I could figure out to make the stop motion work in Windows Movie Maker was you would take these pictures, insert them into Windows Movie Maker as clips, and then just shorten them as much as you could. So you would manually go in, put in every picture, and then shorten it. And the thing is, it wasn't actually, you couldn't actually make it that short. I think the most you could do was like 5 frames a second or something. Maybe it was more, but it was really jerky stop motion. I think that's probably why I gave it up. You know, it definitely wasn't my lack of ability. It was the technology limiting me.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like the same for show. Why there wasn't a LEGO podcast or video podcast until recently, right? Technology.
Yeah.
Technology.
Yeah.
Technology. Yep.
It's all technology's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is coming together very nicely here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool once you get the back on. Then all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's a car. There's a wheel well. I know what's going to go in there. A wheel.
We're getting somewhere.
Very cool.
So other than LEGO as a hobby, obviously, what are your other favorite like pastimes?
I used to play a lot of Call of Duty with my brother. And then just this past, my wife Karen and I, we just had our first kid in November.
Yep.
And my brother and his wife just had their first kid in January. So this fall we kind of retired from our, well, actually he didn't retire. You know, I used retired because it really was a career that I had going on. But I retired from Call of Duty after the birth of my son, so I'm actually, the main things I do for hobbies at this point are just a lot of outdoors type stuff, so like biking and running and basketball. I've tried to, so over here in Europe, soccer, as we call it, is just football is insanely popular. Like you hear that, you hear people say, "Oh yeah, in Europe they love football," but that didn't prepare me for when I came here. Like that's the sport you play. You know, in the U.S. we have like baseball, basketball, American football, I'll say, football, soccer, hockey. There are like 6 different pretty big time sports that people do. But
it's
here,
like
here it's like, you do sports for recreation? Oh, you play football.
That's awesome.
So I've tried to play some football, but I'm pretty bad. So, but I like doing stuff like that. So,
heck yeah.
Do you try to keep up with sports over in the U.S., like football or baseball?
Well, yeah. So baseball is my favorite of the American sports, and the Yankees are my favorite team of baseball teams. I know people think that's lame, but I like. It's the LEGO model. Only the best is good enough.
I'm sure we just lost a few viewers.
Yeah, there go all those New England viewers. Sorry, Dave. So yeah, I follow baseball fairly closely, but it's so, like the first year we were here, I would try to watch some of the games, but it's so difficult. We're being 6 hours ahead. It's like, there's a game today at 1 a.m. I think I'll skip that one.
Not worth the effort.
No. definitely not worth the effort.
So how's it looking on your end, Matthew?
Pretty good. I love this, like, how this piece, like, the cell fits in, and then the geometry lines up perfectly. Once again,
Hold the piece back up real quick, Matthew. You can see it on the camera.
it's like, like there's a little, it sort of fits into the side here, the side wall, and then that geometry just like kind of like it clicks in, you know, and the way it lines up and everything, and that's just, oh god, I love that.
Yeah, so that's the reason that those green plates are on the bottom. Is that they're supporting the whole car. So otherwise, when you push that piece in, you would kind of break it apart.
I wonder if
that's why they're there.
Yeah. So it was funny when the first pictures of this car were released, and then those green plates were in the picture, and I guess it's probably my fault for not telling someone to not put those in the picture. But it's just funny to see all the comments from people saying, like, what are those? Why are there 2 green plates? What's going to happen with those?
WTF, bro?
Yeah. Now you know.
There you go.
So actually, at this point, you could take them off, but the instructions won't tell you to take them off until the very end.
And you have to follow the instructions.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So are there any major things you miss about the U.S. after you moved to Denmark, or there were big things that...
Taco Bell.
Heck yeah. Mexican food, just in general?
Yeah. Actually, we have this
taco truck? I've heard about it.
Yeah, you probably did, because Carl is always writing about it on Facebook.
He helps spread the word.
Yeah, Carl is like, well, he's from California, you know, so he needs his tacos in order to stay alive.
Of course.
But yeah, so we have that taco truck now. So we have some, and actually I live in this town called Vila, and in that town there's a Mexican restaurant that's run by some Americans. So, you know, that's legit Mexican food.
For sure.
As close as it gets. Spent some time in Germany, and in the basement of the building that we lived in, there was a restaurant called Multiculti. And it basically served as like, it was like an ambassador for like American cuisines. So there was like American, and then there was like Mexican and Southwestern, and it was like Tex-Mex.
That sounds pretty cool for Germany.
Yeah.
When did you live in Germany?
I guess is a loosely like used word. I was there for like 3.5, 4 months in 2009.
It's like an exchange program?
It was like, I think my dad had a sabbatical. He's like a professor, so he was there with like a local university. And so I was great, so I promptly dropped out and went over to Germany for a while.
Oh, cool.
So I think I kind of understand the struggle somewhat of when I hear people describing, like, you know, can't get this, can't get that. I don't know.
I think for the most part, though, I've adapted okay to like the food that's over here. I've learned Crunchwrap Supreme is my favorite thing from Taco Bell.
Oh yeah.
Or at least it was, and I've learned to make them on my own now. And I'm content. When I was in the U.S., I had one, and I thought, you know, this isn't really any better than the one that I made at home, so I'm over it.
I don't need you, Taco Bell. Ha ha.
Yeah, I've moved on.
So maybe what about the better question then might be, is there stuff about Denmark you miss when you're in the U.S. now?
Definitely. So the thing that I miss the most is how close everything is here.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to go way back when I think you were talking about like how did I choose where to live when I got here, and then I went off on some tangent and never ever came back to that. We started talking about Adrian,
Of course.
which is a worthy topic, you know.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to go off on this tangent, which leads back to that one, and then we'll come all the way around to things I miss about Denmark. So the town that we live in is the closest big town by Danish standards to LEGO. So the town of Billund is about 4,000 people. The town of Vejle, where I live, is about, in the town itself, it's I think like 50,000, something around there. And it's unlike your typical town in the U.S. where, you know, everything is spread out. Like these towns, everything is really compact in the center. So we live downtown, and we're a 5 minutes walk from the train station. We're a 3-minute walk from the grocery store. We're a 5-minute walk to our doctors. Most of the friends that we have in that town don't live more than 10 minutes away from where we are. So I love that convenience of not having to rely on driving somewhere or using public transportation or whatever, and just being able to access everything so quickly. Which I know there are places like that in the U.S., but none of the places that I've lived. And when I go visit somewhere, it's like, all right, see this friend, and then it's going to be 20 minutes drive to the other person's house. There's a lot of time spent in the car.
It's true.
Actually, I still didn't go back to how I chose the town, though. When I came to Billund for the interview, one of the things on my mind was, okay, if this were to result in a job, where would I live? Like where are Karen and I going to live? And I walked around Billund for like 10 minutes, and I just thought, there's no way that she can come here and we can live in this town unless she gets a job at LEGO, because there's hardly anything else in the town. There's not really a lot to do outside of Legoland. Soon we'll have a Lego house, but it's a town of 4,000 people, a really small town, and there was just not a lot of opportunity here in Billund for jobs for her outside of working for LEGO, which is not guaranteed that you're going to find work at LEGO. So that was the first night that I just realized, okay, there's no way we can move to Billund. If I ever want to have a chance of this working, I got to find somewhere to live. And so that's when Adrian told me, oh, I live in this town called Vejle, which is nearby. So after the workshop, I had some time on the last day, and I took a bus over to that town and looked around to confirm, like, yes, this could work for us to live here. So I chose it because it's the biggest town within a reasonable distance and very convenient for public transportation for getting to LEGO.
And
the funny part about it is when I went there to visit, like it was me and a couple of the other guys who had come to the workshop. We went just out of curiosity, and we walked around town and took some pictures, but we walked around the most boring, unattractive parts of the town. And like these were the pictures I brought back to my wife saying, like, see, we could live here. And so I'm still amazed that, looking back at those pictures now, I'm amazed that she went for it. But it's actually a really great
alone, right? And being
what?
You're not alone in living there, I would assume, right? There's a lot
No, there are tons of internationals here. Or you mean like other LEGO people that live in this town, or?
Yeah, both, I guess.
Yeah, there's I would say that is the place that most of the international LEGO designers live. I'm sure people would argue with me and say that it's other. The other big town that people live in is called Aarhus, and that's a real city. That's like 300,000 people or something. But that is it's like a 65-mile drive.
Oh my God!
Wow. And there's you can take public transportation, but at best that's a 2-hour trip on public transportation.
That's crazy.
To me, that was just like, that's too far. And people do it. They have carpools, and it's really only about an hour in the car each way, which is not terrible. But for me, it's just too far. So.
Yeah. So you are taking public transit though. You're not taking like one of those Google shuttles that they have, or like in San Francisco.
No, they don't have anything like that at LEGO. And I read there was an explanation given at one point, but I forget what it was. I think they just didn't have enough people at the time to justify it. So it's just a public transportation bus that most people, well, not most, there are also carpools that run a lot between Isla and Billund, but I like the flexibility of just being able to decide, I'm going to stay an hour later today, or I'm going to go in a half hour earlier. I'm going to leave an hour early. Whereas when you're in a carpool, you're kind of stuck to a much more rigid schedule. So.
It's true.
But yeah, I haven't gotten a car here yet, and it's not because I don't want to. It's just like it's fairly convenient, like where we live, and then getting to work. We really haven't needed a car, and then they also. As an American, when I came here, they wouldn't accept my American driver's license, and so they'll actually make me take tests again, pass, and then on top of that, all of the cars here are manual transmission cars.
Oh gosh!
I never learned to drive a manual transmission when I was a kid. When I was learning to drive a car, my parents didn't have a car with manual transmission, and so. I never had an opportunity to learn, so I've taught myself now, or I've been taught now how to do it, and it's really not as daunting of a task as I thought it was, but there's just like so many barriers between me and getting a car that I just thought, we'll do without it.
Yeah, it would be like more of a burden to bother with it than to not.
Yes. And then there's also that tax that we were talking about. Makes cars really expensive.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So what? I mean, like a manual transmission versus an automatic. What is it? Danish road signs as opposed to American.
Yeah.
I mean, like those are a lot of barriers to entry. Getting a new driver's license.
Yeah.
What for?
The funny part is that now the way that it works. With the licenses is I turn in my American license, and the state takes it and they're gonna analyze it and make sure that it's a legitimate license for like 3 months. I know this because Karen is doing it right now. The Danish government has had her license for like 3 months to try to decide if it's a valid American license or not. And then after that, they'll let you take the different tests that you have to take in order to get a Danish one. Well, while they've taken your American license and are examining it, they give you, keep in mind, you haven't taken any tests or anything yet, they give you a temporary Danish license.
Makes sense.
So you can drive around for 3 months totally as much as you please. But then all of a sudden they're like, oh no, now you need to take a test.
Something doesn't add up there.
Sounds like government.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's funny.
So has there ever been any issue with language barrier issues or anything like that?
No, the Danes are one. They're very good at English. They're better at English than I am, probably, for the most part. which I think is partly out of necessity, just being such a small country in order to really compete, be relevant.
Yeah.
In such an international world, really, if you're a small country with only 5 million people, if you only speak your language, you're going to have a hard time doing business with anyone else, and you kind of need to do business with other countries when you're that small. So because of that, or I don't know if that's the reason, but they're very good at English. I think part of the reason they're so good at English is because none of the movies or TV shows are dubbed Danish because it's such a small market.
Okay, so they're all in English.
So when you go to the movies or when you watch an American TV show, it's in English. And a lot of the movies are the American movies. So from that, you're kind of like growing up hearing English all the time.
That sounds right. I met a guy in the Netherlands once, and there was a small town called Maastricht, and we were like talking to him, just kind of struck up a random conversation, and he started explaining to us why he like knows English and French and German. And he was like, "Well, I learned how to speak French because I like French cartoons, and I learned how to speak German because I liked German girls, and I learned how to speak English because I like English movies." And like, I think he might have been like I think it was 6 languages he knew, or something.
Wow.
It was just insane. But
Wow.
that sounds right, like I want to watch American TV. I guess I'll learn how to speak English or something like that.
Yeah. Wow. It makes me feel bad about myself.
Yeah, but it makes me feel bad every time, like someone from abroad and they speak perfect English, and here I can barely speak English,
Yeah, we just had a bunch of interns start for a few months here. They're like folks doing probably most of them are like studying design somewhere, and they come to LEGO for a few months for an internship. And I just met this guy who's speaking like, I just assumed he was from America. I said, "Oh, where are you from in the U.S.?" Because he was speaking with an American accent. And he said, "Oh, I'm from the Netherlands." And I thought, well, you must have. I said, did you study abroad or something? And he said, "No, I listen to about 6 to 10 hours of podcasts a week, and they're mostly from the U.S."
That's awesome.
So. Yeah, and then the other thing is that Danish government does provide language lessons through a language school in Danish. So I'd say I am confident in Danish. I can get by.
Okay.
In most Danish conversation. Well, not most, but I can get by more than I need to be able to.
That probably helps out if they ever, just start speaking Danish on you.
Yeah. So at work, there'll be times when you're in a meeting and it's like 7 Danes and me, and then I almost feel bad, like, oh, we're just speaking in this English in this meeting just for my sake. But other times you'll be in a meeting and people start speaking Danish, and you're just thinking, well, I'd kind of like to know what's going on, too.
Guys,
I'm still here.
I remember Kevin Hinkle told us his similar experiences where he'll be in a meeting, I'll start speaking Danish, and he just purposely kind of stares off to the side to make it aware that he has no clue what's going on.
Yeah. I don't understand you.
it's really starting to get very car-y.
It is.
Yeah, it takes a while to get to that point, but once you start to put that front together,
Yep.
you start to realize that We are, in fact, building a car here. So far, I've been pretty happy with how I did things.
Nothing you wish you could change up?
Not yet.
So one of the interesting tidbits I was surprised to learn, and it makes sense when I learned it, but is that if people in the company are not allowed to propose ideas projects.
Yeah, actually, that changed. That changed while I was here, and I don't know exactly why they changed it. But there were a lot of people submitting them internally. And we actually, there were some weird cases, like, for example, you may not know by name, there's a guy, Wes Talbot, who did one of the, I don't remember the number, but he did one of the Zelda projects, or maybe a couple of different Zelda projects. That got up to 10,000 votes.
Yeah.
And so he actually submitted his project before that change, got hired by LEGO, that change occurred, and then his project got 10,000 votes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was weird. So there have been some. What?
No, I was like, Kevin's done. I think Kevin had a Zelda project as well. Hinkle?
Yeah, I think he did.
Did you have a Pokemon project?
A Pokemon project? Yeah, okay. What's the difference?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough about either to, probably properly give, background on it, but I think it was Pokemon.
Yeah, I think so too. So, Mike, the question is, if you were able to get the rule overturned for just yourself, what would your ideas project be?
Oh. Well, this is an interesting question because I'm on the inside, I know some reasons as to why certain projects get turned down. But I shouldn't really say those reasons.
Yeah.
But feel free to share.
Feel free to share. Oh, thanks, guys, thanks. I was worried, but now I feel fine. What was I going to say? So because I know in my head like what would never pass, those things aren't things that come to mind. So I think the things that come first to mind when you ask that question are not the true things that I would think of to submit as an ideas project.
Okay.
Like, for example, I would love. Wait a minute. Now I'm wondering what I'm allowed to say. What would be my dream ideas project? I have to be very careful about how I answer this question, guys.
Do you want me to give an answer to this question myself, to give you more time to think about an answer yourself?
Sure. Tell me your dream idea. Yeah,
well,
but you can submit it.
It's not maybe a specific idea, but it's like a style. I like my bread and butter. I love like the exosuit or like the research institute, where it's like it's a non-IP based product. It's just like something awesome that someone made.
Yeah.
To me, that's the essence of the ideas platform, right?
Yeah.
And the most
I totally agree.
The most hype I have ever been for a project to come out has been that the table, like the little maze table.
Oh yeah.
The gears on it, like because it's basically like what LEGO games always should have been. And
yes.
It's like the combination of like the LEGO itself makes the interactive thing, and the interactive thing is a LEGO thing, and it's just like more kinetic sculptures, like puzzles. Like imagine like a $5 polybag, and it has like I've seen people build these, you know, the 2-to-5 ratio, and they exploit the 2-to-5 ratio, and they build like one of those interlocking like kind of Rubik's cube type puzzles where you have to fit together pieces, like one of those, like in a poly bag. So like my thing would be like non-IP based, completely different price points to target, as opposed to like these $20 and up sets in like the architecture boxes, which is what we've seen thus far. So like just going crazy and doing like weird like polybag puzzle sets and like kinetic sculpture sets and just all kinds of fun stuff. So that's my shtick. So.
All right. Well, you got to submit those projects, man.
I know. I just gotta rip off a ton of people first, and then I'll be ready.
Yeah, do it.
All right.
I will actually. I'm allowed to support projects, I think. Actually, maybe I'm not supposed to, but I know I have an account and I'm able to support them. But I don't think I'm supposed to.
That's the spirit.
I can't remember exactly what all the different rules are with LEGO Ideas. But I agree. I think I'd rather talk about what I wish, well, what I would like to see more in LEGO Ideas. And I agree with you that I'd like to see a lot more of the non-IP based stuff. Because, I mean, like, it's obvious that we want a giant shield helicarrier, you know? Like, that model is awesome, I'll give you that, but it's like, I don't know, an idea like that just isn't really, I don't see it and think like, oh man, I've never thought of that as a LEGO set before. What a crazy idea. So I'll admit I'm not that thrilled by that maze thing. I don't remember what point. Did that one get the 10,000 votes? Is it in review or was it? I don't remember where that is. Okay. Well, I remember seeing that and I think it's cool, and it's really, like you said, it's a really fun way and clever way to use LEGO, but I don't ever see myself necessarily buying it.
Yeah.
I think it would be really cool to see an entire play team come out of Ideas. I don't know that would ever happen, but like there was one way back in the day of Ideas. I think when it was Crusoe, there was some project for like Space Marines or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I don't really remember so much what it was, but just the idea. I don't even think it was a whole theme. It was more like these different Space Marine characters, and that project itself wasn't that interesting. But the idea of like, hey, here's like a fan-created theme, you know, with its own story and characters and setting and vehicles.
Did you
that's
Star Justice and Space, like the Chris Giddens and Mark Sandlin's factory set that came out? Is that what you're mentioning, or?
No, that's something different. But those are cool too. Yeah, to see something like that, to see someone put on there like a pre-classic space ship, or even a whole theme of pre-classic space, or whatever, some kind of fan-created theme, like Moonbase, for example. I'd love to see like the Moonbase Crusoe project. And I know Moonbase is kind of outdated, but I still love it. So stuff like that is what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
So along the same lines of you saying like original creations, but I'm more interested in original creations that are more story-based than just cool model-based, I guess.
Yeah. I think price points is a big one that I would love to see, like $100 idea set. I would like to see a $5 idea set. You know?
Yeah.
That would like make my that would just make me tingle, I guess. That doesn't sound too weird.
Yeah, like that there was wasn't there a piano project?
Yes.
And it was like just this tiny little piano. And that one to me, I thought, that's cool. You know, why not take that and like, first, before I say anything, I'm totally unaffiliated with LEGO Ideas. So anything I say as a cool idea, I'm just saying because I think it's a cool idea and not because I know or don't know anything about what's going on with the projects. As a disclaimer, cover my back. But I saw that and I thought, like, man, make that little piano, make it like an exclusive Mozart figure or something and put him in there with it. Done. I'll buy them all.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, totally. But you know, what can you say? It didn't happen.
Is that? I haven't actually been paying attention. Is that one all the way rejected at this point?
I think so.
The last one that I know, I guess I paid attention to the Wally one. That's out now, right? I'm not saying anything I shouldn't say.
Right, that's out. No, it's released 2 years from now. Thanks.
What? I mean, did I say Wally? I meant Ghostbusters car.
The one I really liked was the, I don't know if you remember the Western City, the really cool Western buildings. I thought that was really cool.
Oh, like the modular Western.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's I love that idea.
I think that's where that one was really like pushing that price limit, like you were saying, Matthew.
Yeah.
That I think, like I said, I'm not affiliated with Ideas Team, but I think they're a little hesitant to really go up there into those super big price points.
Yeah, I feel like because they've done that in the past with the factory sets where they were like $100, and they just I guess they more or less bombed just based off what I hear and what I remember, because I remember seeing them, you know, they're like heavily discounted or whatever, and I think it had more to do with them being poorly executed, like from a marketing standpoint or whatever. Not, you know, I don't know. I think it could be done.
Yeah, I think it could work. I mean, I'm amazed sometimes that we like. I don't know who's buying a $350 helicarrier. It's a super cool model and it's really neat, but I don't understand who these consumers are.
Yeah, how many realistically? I wonder. Like, are those things just like flying out the door, or?
Well, it can't actually fly, okay?
Yes, this is true.
Because those blades are turning. Full disclosure, it does not actually fly, even though it looks like it does.
That reminds me of Ian Heath. I don't know, are you familiar with him, builder out in Seattle?
Yeah, didn't he make a review of it and he dropped it or something?
The one where he like hooked it up to his drill or whatever and tried to make the blade spin as fast as possible to see if it could fly.
Yeah, I saw that review. That was pretty good.
A tinge of evil, just desecrating LEGO.
So Dave Guan commented again and said he's sorry he missed you and he can't wait until the Rocket Dinosaur comes out.
The Rocket Dinosaur. Well, he's gonna have to wait. Actually, he doesn't have to wait because it's not coming, so there's no waiting involved.
Oh.
Let him down, you know, right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So, Mike, other than your lovely Ferrari set, which we are now enjoying, and the jet you showed us earlier, maybe talk about some of your other recent creations in the set design world.
All right. I brought a couple. So let me see what I have. These two models were released first half 2015, I think. So back in January. So I have this one, eloquently named Red Creatures. I'll let you decide on your own how I feel about the name of this product. But we have that, and then I have this robot here, which is called.
I got that last week.
Oh, sweet!
It is sweet build.
Did you build it?
No, well, someone showed me the build when I was at Brick Fair, and so I decided that I needed to get it. So I'm gonna enjoy it.
Sweet, yeah.
You
So
that build, Josh?
What's that? No, I don't have it, unfortunately.
We could just keep going here, you know?
I would actually say I recommend Red Creatures over the robot.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper, so I think it's only $15. Well, we have a
design on the robot at all, and like how is it? Like it's so awesome. Like 10 times awesomer than any other box I've seen, like in a while.
Oh, the background design?
Yeah, it's like
yeah. Yeah, because he's like in space or something.
It's awesome.
Well, I will let our art director know. She'll be very. She was pretty happy with this, and I think she did a really nice job.
Yeah.
So this is a new thing. So here we go. Here's a set from 2014, and traditional blue creator background.
Exactly.
So that was our we call the box design our principal design, like the way that the box is laid out. And you see how it has this yellow band. You see how there's the yellow band along the bottom, and traditionally we would actually show the alternate models on that band, and then the main model above it. But on this model, because this one we actually wanted to highlight the alternate models more, because they're so different from the helicopter. Usually when we make a helicopter, it's like a plane and a more different plane or something. And since this one, you're building very different things. You're building a car and you're building a speedboat. We wanted to highlight the versatility of this model more, so we made this bigger. But that doesn't work with this yellow line along the bottom here. It's like, well, what is that line doing there? So that's the reason. So if we talk about the changes in the box, one, the yellow line is now on the side. So you can have all the B models always on the side of the box, which I think looks nice. And then two, in 2014, we had two products. The creator, there was a cat and a mouse.
Yes.
And the other set was a monkey and a toucan.
I love those two sets also. Yes.
The only part I had in those was I made the first version of the toucan.
Okay.
So, which I think it's funny looking. So I think it's cool. But yeah, those are really fun sets. But when we were working on the packaging for those, we realized like these animals have so much. Sorry, when I say we, I should say our art director. She's the one that does all of the packaging design. So I'm not. I mean, we will give feedback to her, and we'll give her what we think are good ideas. But she's ultimately the one doing that work, which she does a really nice job with. And yeah, I totally lost. Okay, the cat and the monkey. When we put those on the regular blue-black background, they just look so dead, and they're creatures that are supposed to have a personality and more of a they're the first time we really did cute creatures in Creator. Usually we do these really ferocious, progressive-looking creatures, and those look fine on a blue background. But when you want it to be more of like a warm, cozy, cute, almost like a Disney-esque creature, you really need to put it. You need to put the model in some context on the packaging.
Yeah.
To bring it to life more. And so those two products in 2014 actually had colored backgrounds if you look closely at the packaging. And from there, we kind of thought, maybe we should turn that up a little more in all of the packaging. And so for 2015, we started putting actual backgrounds on the packages, which just makes them that much nicer. And so then as designers, we get to provide to the art director, we get to provide a little bit of input as what do we want the scenario to be. And so with this one, I was saying, like, can we have it? I was going sort of for something like classic space, where it's like the tan planet with the night sky.
Exactly.
So that was what I was asking for, and I think she did a really sweet job with it. So,
like, I wouldn't use the word sexy to describe something like that, but that box is literally sexy. Like, it's just good to look at, you know?
Oh, thank you. Well, I'll tell everyone here that you said that.
All right.
I'll be interested to see their reaction.
We need exact quote on that one.
Yeah.
And so maybe going off on that tangent, this is like kind of boring, but how do you feel about the new LEGO Classic line?
I think it's great. I mean, I haven't actually played with any of the boxes, but I really like the design of the packaging looks nice, and I really like a lot of the different builds that they have. They're really doing, I think, a lot more creative stuff than was in the bricks and mortar stuff, or whatever it was called before that.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool. I'll admit I don't pay that close of attention to everything they're doing. And this is where I'm going to get in trouble, because if I start talking about that line, I'm going to talk about the models that I see at work, which are not out yet. Because I can't keep track of what's out and what's not in Classic.
I guess my only thing is that you're right about the models are like awesome in the boxes, like they're legitimately like cool builds, like in the boxes of just bricks, you know?
Uh-huh.
And then the other thing is, like, I'm sure you've seen all of these opinion pieces in what are the New York Times or wherever. I mean, they're everywhere. Of like, old Lego is no longer like it was anymore, and Lego's all this. It's all, you know, Star Wars sets, and there's no more imagination left. And I wish they just had stuff again, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I think the best response to that is to just call all of the stuff classic, you know?
Yeah.
Because it immediately
I think it's
the point.
It's a really good branding. It was actually a kind of a. No, I shouldn't say that. I won't say that.
Yeah. But then maybe another point even is that the fact that they brought in the base plates, you know, and so now instead of buying a wrap base plate at a Lego store, you get to buy a Lego Classic, and it's in a nice sleeve, you know.
Yeah, and I think that it really helps to, like, before. I mean, it's not like we're doing something totally new. I mean, there's a lot of new aspects to it, but like those brick boxes, we've had them before, but I think there wasn't really that clear of a branding with it. And so now that all of that stuff has a branding to it, it just looks so nice all together, and it really fits. Like, oh, these are classic Lego bricks. That's what I was looking for.
Exactly. It's just like the cohesion is just unparalleled. It's such a clean sort of, I don't know, in the same way that the box art of the robot is just, it's so clean, and it's just, oh man, perfect.
Well, I will pass that along to the guys, to the people that I know in Classic. I'm sure they would love to hear feedback like that.
Yeah. And, you know, let them know if they want to come on and talk about packaging design for an hour on Google Plus Hangout.
Riveting discussion about packaging design.
Yeah, I know there are some people that would take you up on that.
Yeah, so, I would love to. I'm sure. I don't know how many. I think maybe there'd be enough people to want to watch that.
I think there are. You know, it's a different aspect you don't hear much about of the company.
Yeah.
So what's your interest in the? You seem awfully interested in the packaging design, Matthew. Is there like?
I have a couple of different friends that are pursuing product design as like a major of choice, and I myself have always had an appreciation for. I don't know, like I just like when I'm on an airplane or something, I take a moment to notice like the ergonomics of the seat layout, and I just that kind of stuff's always been cool to me. So I love LEGO models themselves, but I try and step back and you start realizing how many hands are in the pot, and then realizing what contribution was made where, and it's really cool to me. So
yeah. Oh my goodness, you guys got me talking, and now you're all done for me.
Oh, somehow we beat you to the end.
That was the plan all along. Haha.
All right, I'm not talking anymore.
I just want to say when the hood like clips in the way it does.
Yeah, that's great.
That is awesome.
Yeah, that's probably that hood section is probably my most proudest part of this car. Most proudest.
And then the vents on the engine, also that sort of snot work where it clips into the bar below, and that's also like that is totally like almost a fan kind of thing.
When we were first building this car, so if you look at the very first sketch model, there's no vents on the hood.
Oh.
And the plan was we'll just use stickers. And I was just looking at the car thinking there's got to be a way to do that. And so actually the next version, we managed to build that in with a similar technique you can see here. So so it actually got into the car quite early on, and I was very, very proud of that. But the fact that the bar that's holding those sections in is also the bar that clips the hood onto the car. It's something that it didn't really come into full fruition until much later on. So
totally.
But overall, it's.
You go.
It's just gonna say overall, it's like the way that all came together. That like the bar that I'm using. That before was just this bar that's in the way, but it allows me to do the slot work in the hood. Now all of a sudden I'm able to use that bar for something else. That was a pretty cool moment in the design of this one.
Totally. The way the hood, when you like flip it up, and it just kind of beautifully it's like the hinge is almost like it's like at a perfect position where it like doesn't scrape it doesn't raise the car up too much,
Yeah.
Or at all. That's also like one of those, aha.
Yeah, that's the thing that was really tricky with this model is that that everything is hinged, like the whole back and the whole front are just totally detached. So that was really the most difficult challenge for me with this. It's like, how do we, 1, keep the shape, 2, keep that function, and then 3, do all that while keeping the car strong? It was a nightmare. I mean, that's why you look at this thing and it's 1,200 parts, but it doesn't look like a 1,200 part set until you pick it up and you feel the weight.
Exactly. It's got like a real heft to it.
Yeah. They're packed in there.
Do you want to hear my only slight criticism?
I hate criticism.
No negative comment.
Constructive feedback.
No, I would love to hear it.
The printing on the where the red is printed, and like the color differentiation, right?
Yeah.
That's like a little. Isn't that a little like it's a little off? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's always tough. This was a pick the least evil for this part because the options we had is 1, and I just need to say this so everyone can appreciate the lengths that we went to. the thing is, there's two parts. There's this one, right, which is 2 by 10.
Uh-huh.
Or 3 by 10. And there's another one that's a 3 by 12.
Yeah.
And the bigger one, that element is set up for printing, whereas this small one was not. So as a part of the development of this car, we had to pay to have these printing rigs made for these two different elements so that we could print that piece. Because the discussion was, when we're deciding whether we print something or whether we use a sticker, is the main thing we think about, is it critical? Is it like a critical component of the model? You know,
Yeah.
if people are going to build this car, hopefully, and they're going to be people that build it that just, they build it and then they want to put it on their shelf. And it's going to be on that shelf 5 years from now. And so we don't want to take, with a component like this, that this is representing a major support of the car, if we make that a sticker and then it's not applied correctly, or for whatever reason it comes off,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't have enough glue on, the sticker doesn't have enough glue on it or whatever, and then the sticker here is peeling, and all of a sudden you lose that aspect of the car. So it's the same reason we printed on the front windshield here.
Yeah.
So then the question was like, okay, well, do we take a red piece and we print black on the red piece, because that's, black printing is always going to look better. Printing the darker color on the lighter color is always going to end up in a nicer result. But if you look at the piece, if you had tried to print that black, you would have been left with all these red lines around the edges that you wouldn't be able to print on. So we went with the printing on the black, which I agree it could have looked better, but it's actually, if you look closely, you'll see there's black printed as well, and that's because the first step, in order to get this red as bright as possible, the first step is to print white on the part in that section, and then you print red and you print black on the edges of the red so that you cover up any white that might be sticking out on the edges. So I agree that it's a fair criticism. We need to find a way to get those print colors brighter, but yeah.
That sounds a lot better, though, than trying to place a sticker, because that would never look right, you know?
Well, you can place those stickers okay. The other thing with stickers is that we have, so this is an example, this part has a sticker on it, that sticker. In order to continue the line down to this part, then it would have been a second sticker on here.
Yeah.
So you can't continue the line, so you would have had a break in the car there. And then the other thing is that the sticker size has to be a certain amount smaller than the surface it's going on. So you can't get quite as close to the edge everywhere. But
yeah,
it's an imperfect solution, I admit.
You can't win them all.
I can't. I try, but I can't win them all. Actually, that was we originally had the. Let's see if I have. I have to go back to my blueprints. When you look at, when we go back to that first blueprint that I showed you, can you see that, sort of?
Yeah.
You could, from this picture, it almost looks as if the back and the front windows are identical.
Yeah.
And so that was actually our original plan, which you can see on the early sketch models, is that's the way that it was built in the back, is that you just have that glass again going back.
Yeah.
But the actual shape of the window is this more, I don't know how to describe it, but it's more that it's curving in as it goes back, kind of like we've done with this piece here. So the decision was, do we go with this where we don't really have the right shape, we get these weird gaps in here, and then we can't build the vents on the back?
Yeah.
Or do we take the hit and go with this printed thing? And I've seen a lot of comments of people saying that they don't like that solution of the printed thing here, which it was the funny part about it was like when I came up with this, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so much better than the other one. And so in my head, I was like, oh, I've done something really cool, and I just assumed that everyone would agree with that. But when you don't see like, oh, these are the steps that we went through to get to here, it's like, well, of course there's a better solution, you know. So
Yeah.
I think it's great because to me it's better than what we had before. But when you only see the final result, you're like, well, why didn't you just make it better?
Exactly. But it's like in light of everything and like kind of taking all that stuff into account, it's like you really can't. I mean, that is like there is no good. Yeah, like there's no like. I mean, you could custom mold the piece to have a plastic molded into it, right? Like,
Yeah, that's true. We should have done that.
yeah. Super easy. But that's an awesome build. That is 100%.
Yeah, this was a very great build. A lot of fun. I think you did an excellent job.
Well, thanks a lot. It was a fun model to design. I'm happy to be done with it.
Yeah. A lot of really beautiful curved surfaces, though, you know?
Yeah, that was the thing for me that whenever I talked about that I was working on this car with other guys here at LEGO, they're like, oh yeah, the F40, that's perfect for LEGO. It's so boxy. But it really is. The problem is what defines the car are a lot of really subtle curves.
Yeah.
And those are just like LEGO is great for true boxy, but when you want to get boxy with some slight curves, then it becomes a big pain.
Yeah, like the VW camper van. That's like boxy, but it has those like really, really unique curves, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So how'd you come up with the Western guns on the engine? Is that like your first idea, or were you messing around and?
Oh, I can show you. I have some engines here. I think this must have been the first engine. And I was just trying to do things to get some kind of air intake on there. And my boss, let's see, I did this one. Actually, this might have been the first one where I was using a hose. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
And so the problem with this is that hose is getting squeezed and bent in weird ways that it shouldn't. So this was unacceptable. But then I wanted to have something that was like not at 90-degree angles, because a lot of the different fat parts are like this. You know, everything is at these 90-degree angles, and when you see the engine on this car, really got a lot of these like, organic lines for the exhaust. So I was just looking for a part that would have some kind of angling to it and just some kind of extra detail. So I just started to try out like all the different minifigure accessories, you know, because the handle is at a weird angle with respect to the barrel usually. So I just started to try out all the different little minifigure accessories, and the guns. The guns were my favorite. Probably in part because when I was a kid, I never had enough pistols.
You can never have enough pistols. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Buy a Ferrari and outfit your Western.
Yeah. You even get a spare. At least I got a spare, so you could have up to 9 pistols.
I did.
It's pretty great because in Jordan Schwartz's The Art of LEGO Design book, what I think I'm showing look at that,
Yeah.
same gun
cool.
thing. So it's like that's like a thing, you know. It's a very versatile part.
The only thing I wish is that it didn't have the little sight on the end of the.
Oh yeah.
On the end of the barrel. I mean, it would look worse as a gun, but it would be much more fun to build with because then you could push that end into the holes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Good stuff.
So are you completed yours there, Mike, then? You all set?
Yeah, I didn't actually put all of the stickers on it, but I got.
Guilty as charged as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I put these vent ones on here, and I think I must have put something else on, but yeah, the one sticker that I'm really, I shouldn't say things that are imperfect about the model, but it's just whatever. It's the one that I'm a bit bummed about is the headlight, because I found out, you know how I was talking about how you have to pay for the printing setup for this for these elements.
Right.
So each project has like a limited number of printing setups that they can pay for each year, and this 1x2 G slope was not set up for any kind of printing. So I actually found out after the fact that someone did set it up, but I guess I wasn't paying enough attention and didn't realize that that had happened. Because that, I really would have loved to have that headlight printed. Because it's like what I was saying, like those details that are key to the car that you don't want a sticker to come off there over time. So I'm sorry that the headlights are stickers.
In 10 years, when your Ferrari has no headlights, you know.
Buy an extra one and save the sticker sheet. Buy 3 and save 2 sticker sheets.
You should be buying 10, is what you're really saying.
Yeah, buy all the Ferraris.
All the Ferraris.
You can never have enough.
So, Mike, what's next for you? Like anything that you can talk about, maybe? Like you're like anything that's been announced that you've worked on, or I'm trying to lead you into dark waters.
I really want to say some things that I shouldn't say, and I really want to give some suggestive answers. But I'm scared. They're watching me, man.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Kevin Hinkle is on the stream.
This is true.
Well, I will just say that I am continuing work on the creator line, so expect more creator and creator expert models to follow in the coming years. And
that's Musqueary.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, so we know we can look forward to more quality creator builds at least.
Yeah. So.
Well.
Yeah, well, I think that about wraps it up for us. So I really appreciate joining us, Mike, and spending several hours here with us. It was really nice of you to do this build with us. We really enjoyed talking to you. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. Thanks for having me on. It was a good time. It's the most relaxed I've built a Lego set in a long time. So.
Well, that's
nice.
good.
A very chill pace.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So kind of learned something about Denmark. We learned something about Lego. We kind of covered a lot of bases.
I learned something about Kevin Hinkle. That's great.
Yes, you did. You learned something about Jamie Berard?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I got to remember to ask him more about that.
And just don't mention my name. That's all you need to remember.
All right. All right.
But yeah, I think that does wrap it up for us. So thanks for everyone who watched live here. Appreciate you guys joining us throughout the live stream. And yeah, big shout out to the LEGO community support team as well, Kim and Kevin and everybody who provided us with the Ferrari builds here for us to do this. So we really appreciate that as well. And yeah, I think we'll wrap it up, and appreciate everyone watching. And this will be, if you watch live, this will be up on the YouTube channel recorded as well. So if you want, several hours of entertainment, maybe while you're sorting or something, this is a good video to put on. We'll see you guys.
I agree.
Thanks for watching.